Ooh. What up, everybody? It is RambleCasty time. Sorry for the late start. I was talking about going to islands and ski resorts, and Corbin was listening and indulging me.
Yeah. I, I mean, that's my entire purpose here. So,
No, your entire purpose is to bring topics because I'm too lazy and out of touch to do that myself. I'm kidding. I found two more.
Cody went through the couch cushions, guys. Don't worry.
That's pretty much it. It hasn't been a very good week for news. I mean, it's not terrible.
No, there's a lot of little things happening. Not like anything like massively game changing.
Well, except for Twitter, but you know, their game was about to be changed and then it wasn't changed, which I guess is news, and then it was reverse news. It was unnewsed.
So one thing I just noticed, I don't know if this was in a update or not, but I've got Windows 11 on my desktop, and I'm in like split screen. Like I have the video call on one side, and then I have a browser window on the top of the other side and the chat on the bottom of the other side, and I can like drag in the middle to change how tall the two windows on the side are, like Android. That's kind of cool. And like it changes like both the windows. I'm not like changing one after the other. Yeah.
Man, I'm listening to that. Like, part of me is just thinking, okay, wait, we need like
Corbin
the
discovers
drawing.
GUI. Yeah.
Well, just listening to the start of that whole thing, I just wanted like the football drawing thing where they get to scratch everything onto the screen, and I'm like, okay, what are you describing? That's the video here, and I totally lost you until you said that you were dragging between both windows and they both changed. It's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
That's what you were going for, and yes, that's cool.
That is kind of cool. There's a lot of like little tiny cool things in Windows 11 that are nice.
Now I'm just waiting for the person who comes along who's like, okay, I just want to shrink one window.
Yeah.
And then their life goes to hell as they try to solve that problem.
There's a bunch of little nice things, and then there's like some parts I just absolutely despise. Like Cody, I was trying to just download YouTube DL the other day, and I was just having the
Didn't that get
No, GitHub GitHub responded to a DMCA for its repository a while ago, but they reinstated it pretty quick. So now it's still around, still getting updates. But like, you know, on Linux, like it's a utility written in Python. So, you know, on Linux, all I have to do is just install it from the Ubuntu software repository with one command, and it'll grab Python and everything else it needs. And then on Windows, they have a .exe that they compiled that has like the runtime in it. So I was like trying to use that, but like then I would have to like put it somewhere and add it to my path. I didn't really want to do that. And then I tried installing Python and then grabbing it from the pip, software manager in Python, and like that did it, but then it didn't add it to my path. So I was back to where I was. And then so finally I, powered up the chocolatey package manager that is like kind of like apt for Windows, but I have to open an administrator command prompt every time I want to use it for some reason. So then I installed it that way, and then it worked. But it's just little things like that. I'm like, come on, guys.
All right.
Yeah,
that sounds more complicated than anyone wants it to be.
Yeah, but I did get YouTube DL in the end, which is how I was able to get the audio in the latest episode of Tech Tales embedded. So we're good there.
Okay.
Yeah. Although I another thing that broke this week that I'm very annoyed by is that the Internet Archive stopped letting you archive links unless you're logged in. So now I made this really cool setup where whenever I was done with the Tech Tales episode, GitHub would send a archive request one after the other for all the sources. So the sources would never go away. I didn't have to think about doing that. Now I have to do that manually if I want to keep doing that. So that's fun.
Feels like maybe this is a crazy idea. It's definitely a crazy idea, but feels like you could probably do a sneaky thing with that, where
Yeah, like I could like log in on the like
log in
before
on
all
a
the
browser
requests.
and either automate the browser to do this,
Yeah.
or well, I know you're not super into writing native stuff, but I imagine you could probably just set up a token, or like create a token within whatever browser you need to, then steal that token and dump it into an app and let the app do whatever it's going to do with it.
Yeah. I did make a thing a long time ago for work that simulate that like basically logged into a service that wasn't meant to be like automated, I guess you could say. So I was like manually sending it like a login token and then getting the response back like a browser does.
Yeah.
So I know you can do that with like curl. It's not that hard, but it's just annoying.
All the hacky stuff I've done in the past like that.
Oh yeah, love scraping websites when they're not intended to be. It's great.
So, I mean, as anyone who's heard me talk about the movie post knows, I'm all about the website scraping these days. But over the years, I've actually done a whole lot with like image reading, or at least pixel matching. So, for example, this is going so far back in time. This was an I guess this was late 2000s. I don't know if you remember this, but back in the day, Bing, the Bing rewards points that they give you?
Yes.
Yeah. So back in the day, they used to have this thing where they had a bunch of online games you could play. And they were pretty easy to do. They weren't very difficult or anything. I actually wrote an app that would screen read the browser, and some of the games were so easy to automate. And one in particular was like a crossword puzzle or something, but the words were really easy to guess. So I actually wrote an app that took a dictionary as its input, figured out what words to put in, and it could actually click around the entire screen and figure out the entire puzzle, and it would just automate this entire process and do it while I was away from the computer. Yeah, stuff like this, which they have since gotten rid of that, unsurprisingly.
I wonder why. That's crazy.
I don't think very many people did this, and technically I did share that app with one person, but I'm pretty sure he didn't share it around, so. But I wouldn't put it past other people to have done this too. Like, if you're a college student and you don't write an app that cheats to get you something for free, what are you even doing in college?
Oh yeah, I love the whole subcategory of like incredibly awful ways of like cheating to the point where doing the actual thing would have been much easier. Like I love that. This wasn't like one. I will say one for me is, I don't know if this like I'm trying to okay, so like one of this for me in high school was we would in like, I think one of my last English classes I took, there were occasional, I don't know if they were like spelling tests necessarily, but they were like a similar format to that. I think it was like something like above a spelling test, like it was like matching like parts of, I don't know, it was something like a spelling test, but not exactly. And the teacher would always there would always be like a quiz like online that you could use to practice, and I was never good at those tests. So I would put Now this teacher foolishly allowed people to listen to music while they did tests. So what I would do is I would take the answer key from the practice quiz and run it through a speech to text to speech, and then just play that in my earbuds for the test.
Oh my god, that's great.
Again, that was another thing where like it probably would have been easier for me to just do the learn the thing, but yeah. That also my smartwatch. I was in that very early run of people having smartwatches, so no one quite knew that I could like just fully cheat. Like I had a web browser on it. I mean, I need to find the guy who made that first web browser for Wear OS and like give him some money, because that's the only reason I passed like at least one class.
Yeah.
Like I very vividly remember one of the tests again, like another thing where like there was like resource material for a certain test as like it was like a PowerPoint basically, or like a PDF or something. So I put that on the web, like when you upload a PowerPoint presentation to either Office 365 or Google Docs, you have the ability to display it as an embedded object. So what I did was I'd grab that URL from the embedded and then bookmark that on the watch. So then I could just, like if it was like a PowerPoint, I'm just like tapping the 1 millimeter, left and right buttons to change the slide on my watch.
It feels like that would have been a very obvious thing to notice.
I mean, you'd think so, but some of those classes were they're pretty big.
And the teachers don't care that much.
No, I can't imagine they would. Now that I know how much teachers are how badly they're underpaid, I don't blame them.
So yeah, I had something kind of like this with a physics class in college. This was, I think, I want to say it was like the second of 3 physics classes we were required to take. Maybe it was third, I don't know. Anyway, the professor of this class, for one of the tests, he made it very clear there are 4 questions on the test, and this was a pretty important test. And a quarter of your grade was dependent on one question, wherein you had to write out a formula. Mm-hmm. You were not allowed to bring notes. You were not allowed to bring your book. You had to print this formula from memory. And this might not sound like a big deal, but this was an abusively long formula.
Right.
So, and he was very clear, like, you must memorize this. You must be able to print, like, get this exactly right. Any mistake, you've got the entire question wrong. And in no way, shape, or form can you bring any notes. Can you do anything? You have to memorize this. Which is funny because nowhere in the test did we actually use this formula, except to print it back out on the freaking test. So that spoke really poorly of the importance of this formula, in my opinion. But he did allow us to bring calculators.
Yes, I see where this is going. Yeah. Yes, I've done this as well.
So
the very fun ability where Texas Instruments has a text editor that just dumps the text files onto the calculator. Yep.
Okay, strictly speaking, Texas Instruments at that point in history, a lot of their calculators actually didn't have this. Or they had it in kind of a limited way, but it wasn't really right for this.
Right.
Which is why it's so fortunate I had an HP calculator that absolutely supported it. So, and the professor made it clear, like, if you have cards, like almost every calculator at that point in history had like a card insert inside its case. Yeah, he said, like, take those out. I don't want to see them there. I don't want any chance you put notes on it or anything like that. But yeah, like, every single person there had some way to cheat. There were a few who claimed that they absolutely did it legitimately and memorized the formula. I kind of don't believe them. I'm pretty sure they were lying. But yeah, 100%, so many of us cheated.
Yeah, yeah. You know what would have been funny is that if you did have a Texas Instruments calculator and you did that, I think that could have been the one single school experience we could have had identical, because those calculators have not changed in decades.
They really haven't.
No, they're all exactly the same. Like the newer ones I have seen, like I got my graphic calculator, which might actually be. Oh, it's here. I have it.
Yeah, Carson, the TI calculators that we had available at the time were, if I remember correctly, they were the last version that came out prior to being able to put custom programs on. They were still pretty crappy programs once they did have them, but yeah, that wasn't quite a thing yet. It could be done on the HP calculator I had, which HP did this way before TI ever did, which is weird. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm blown away by HP actually having something advanced before
Well,
TI did.
I got this guy in middle school, which I think was one of the last ones before they switched to a color display. But I specifically asked my mom to get the TI-84 Silver Edition, because the Silver Edition had more onboard storage for applications. So I did have Doom on here at one point. Someone made this calculator has the exact same CPU as the original Game Boy. So someone made like a conversion app that took a Game Boy ROM and converted it into a TI-84 application. Now, like when you played it, like the resolution isn't the same, so like you had to like scroll the screen sometimes. But and it was a little bit slower than the actual Game Boy, but it did work. That was really fun. But yeah, like I've seen the newer ones. They have like color screens and all that fun stuff now. But yeah, they basically haven't changed. And they're all still all using like really out of date hardware that is not relative to how expensive they are. But
Yeah.
that's
Oh
what
my-
happens when you have a effective monopoly.
Yeah, the only thing is now you can get apps on your phone that are more advanced calculators. They can do way more.
Yeah.
And as long as you're allowed to use a phone as your calculator, which, okay, some teachers aren't cool with that. But
Right.
if they will, honestly, like, I will use my phone as a calculator any day.
Yeah, I will say like there were a lot. I had a few teachers that were fine with the phone calculator thing as long as it wasn't like a test. So what I did a lot of times is I had a TI emulator on my phone, and I would just bring that to school instead of bringing the calculator every single, because the calculator is expensive, and if I lose that at some point, that wouldn't have been fun. So I did do that sometimes, but that was still emulated the same thing because I didn't want to relearn.
Yeah, I'm actually furious because my old TI calculator was actually stolen from me years after I was in college, so it's not like it mattered that much. But
Yeah.
sorry, not the TI, it was the HP. I don't know why I ended up also having a TI calculator, but anyway, the HP was stolen from me. Someone broke into my car and stole a bag with a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons stuff and that calculator, and I wasn't entirely sure which thing I was more angry about.
Yeah. But, oh yeah. They said, Austin said, I had a physics professor who had the entire semester scheduled in Blackboard before the first day. We had a snow day the first week, and he never updated the schedule, so the test answers would go live the class before the test. He was old and never caught on. That's something.
You know what that reminds me of? A way more recent event. That Google Pixel Superfans quiz thing from, like, I don't know, sometime last year. I'm sure, I believe, damn it, now I don't remember if it was Austin or Carson, but one of you was taking the quiz with me, and apparently people who were answering the quiz on their phone, if they scrolled down on the screen, all the answers were visible way down the screen. But anyone on desktop, it worked properly and we couldn't see the answers, which they still honored the test exactly as normal, pretending that nothing went wrong. Not at all salty about that.
Austin said I still use the TI-89 emulator. Yeah, and like I still, like the most of the keyboards I'm using now don't have like number pads on them. So like if I need to do a lot of number things, I do sometimes grab this. But that usually doesn't happen very often. I'm not like, I don't do math for work most of the time.
I will just say, anyone who hasn't used this, I love it. Basically notepad calculators. I don't know if that's really the right thing to call them, but on a Mac, if you look up an app called, well, and you can look it up just for screenshots or something. It's called Solver, whatever. Or on Android phones, there's an app called CalcNote. I love the crap out of these apps. I use them so much. Basically, they let you just write stuff out in formula form.
Oh, I see.
And it calculates it's for you. It's so good.
Okay. This looks kind of like what I use Wolfram Alpha for. A lot of times if I'm like doing anything with more than one step, I'll just put it in Wolfram and it'll do it for me.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll share that image right there. Yeah. I guess I can zoom in on that a little bit more. But yeah, being able to write stuff out, you can write it in basic English to some degree, and a lot of stuff is just easier to figure out. But the beauty is it just grabs up numbers. There are a few basic notations for kind of telling it like how to treat stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my god, it just makes life so good. This is how calculators need to be from here on out. This is my dream of the world of calculators.
Yeah, I like that it shows a history on the top that's like the history on actual like graphing calculators. And not just like that is one thing that I'm kind of surprised that no one does on the pre-included smartphone apps, where like you can see the history constantly, like you don't have to swipe up or anything.
Right. It's worth noting, if you looked up screenshots of Solver, that's not history. All of these are just like line item calculations. You can refer to old lines if you want, and there's usually a total at the bottom, but none of this is really history. Like you can move up and down in this. There's no back and forth. It's just all of these are live calculations done right on that line as you type. You can go back and change stuff however you like. Yeah, this is sort of like what they refer to as back of the napkin math, except you can at any time change any part of the napkin. Like right. it is incredible.
Like Excel.
Yeah, it is basically Excel, but it's more freeform, which is so useful. And it understands words in some cases, like let's see, that's not a good example of it, but like you can type in stock quotes, like the stock identifiers. You can type in what else? Can you do a per hour thing? I'm not sure if you can do that, but yeah, there are a bunch of like recognized phrases and words that it can just actually understand. It can do like, I mean that
sounds like sounds like what I use Wolfram Alpha for. Yeah,
basically it's all the cool factors of a big thing, but in a simple app, or relatively simple.
Yeah, like I use Wolfram at this point, again, because I don't really do math for work, but mostly for like finding the difference between certain dates, or like converting time zones and that kind of thing. So yeah, that is neat. I'll have to remember this if I ever need to do math again.
Oh yeah, and okay, the screenshot I'm sharing right now, which you don't need to look this up, you'll understand what I'm saying, but you can literally like define variables, give a variable name equals a number, and then you can actually treat those as variables elsewhere in the notepad, which
so it's CSS.
Sort of. But yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of times that I've set up like a bunch of little calculations that are based on like one core number, and then just being able to change one single number and then it applies to everything. Like that sort of stuff, it is so useful to be able to do that. I'm in love with this. Right now, Solver is only a Mac app, and they are supposedly working on getting their iOS app back out there. They used to have one, then they did an update to Solver 3 and have not caught up on their mobile app, but hey, whatever. Anyway, I'm waiting to buy Solver 3 hoping for a sale. But I know that there is a Windows version of this, and again, CalcNote. On the Play Store, there's a free version with ads, and then I think
the free version will occasionally add 1 to any of your answers.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
But I think
that's what happens when you pirate the pro version.
Yeah, exactly. I don't remember. Am I gonna have to open this up in okay, opening it up in incognito. All right, the pro version of CalcNote on Android is $549. It's more expensive than your typical cheap ass app, but it's so worth it if you use this stuff. And man, if you're taking a college class where you have to do this, oh my god, buy this now. This is so worth it.
Dog is growling at something. I'm not sure what.
I swear the developer of this app should like set me up with a referral code, because I have pitched this so many times to people.
Just on the street, like, does anyone need a calculator app that is flawless?
I'll do it.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about like a few different services I use. Like that's how I feel about Next DNS for sure, where I'm like, I will proselytize this everywhere I go. And they do have a referral link, but I think only one person ever used mine, but that's fine.
Yeah,
I need people to use it and then buy it so it continues to stay alive for me. I don't really care about anyone else.
Oh, who knows? One of these days I might jump on that myself. And I'll be sure to use your link.
Good. Okay. It's so good. And it's really cheap. Like, I think it's like, I want to say it's like $30 for an entire year. I don't know.
It's not bad because...
No. And the free version has like up to a lot of requests per month. I don't remember what the number was, but for a while I had the free one, and it was just on my phone. Like, my phone was the only thing I connected it to, and I wasn't hitting it. Does it have pricing? Oh yes, pro plan is $2 a month or $19.90 per year. So that's shockingly cheap for something that's feeding all my network.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, I didn't expect to talk about calculators today, but that's just how it's going.
Well, we can pivot to, we can kind of pivot off of the earlier discussion of watches.
Oh, I clicked my mute by accident. Okay.
We can pivot off of the topic of watches to something sort of related, Fitbit. Yeah, we're straining for topics this week, which kind of makes, honestly, the calculator conversation makes so much more sense. But yeah, so for anyone who didn't hear, Fitbit officially got authorization for AFib monitoring. Atrial fibrillation. I may have said that wrong. I don't care. Anyway,
I'm gonna say it more wrong.
I know. But yeah, so Fitbit actually already had an app for doing AFib monitoring, or not monitoring, sorry, it could do spot testing. And this app came out back in 2020. Cool idea. But the thing is, it basically required that you sit down and actually decide, I'm going to test myself and make sure I don't have an irregular heart rhythm. Well, now they got official permission. They can roll out a feature that does regular, steady monitoring. And as the screen share I'm doing right now shows, we compared this to the Apple Watch, because after all, the Apple Watch has had this for like 2 years already.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, to me, like, there's not a lot of takeaway to this. I don't think it's the most exciting story, but I think the interesting thing is you can now get something that does the largest, most important part of what the Apple Watch's health monitoring does. You can now get something that does the same stuff for like $100.
Mm-hmm.
And it works with Android. So if you don't care about the other smartwatch features, you can go get a much cheaper Fitbit and you're kind of good to go.
Yeah, I was trying to dig into this because like I vaguely remembered other companies doing this, and yeah, Samsung got this approval in 2020 for their watches. I don't know if they do it in the background really. I know they do the spot check.
Yeah, that's the big difference. The spot check technically is actually really easy to do, and even legally speaking, well, I maybe legal is the wrong word.
I feel like you still need the same approval for that, for even the spot check, because I think, because I know like you couldn't do anything on Samsung's watches with that kind of functionality until they got that approval.
Right. You can't do that without the approval, but Fitbit got permission to do a spot check back in 2020, and they rolled out an app back then for that. And it's not until
I see what you mean.
That so they got permission to do monitoring.
Yeah. So they got something different that had to go through the process again.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why the distinction, and I know Apple has had this for longer, and I think Apple got both of them at the same time. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't look it up, but I believe Apple rolled out both at once. I'm just not sure why Fitbit had to get them separately, and I don't know what Samsung's situation is. I honestly did not even think to look at theirs to see if they had this or not, because I know Apple was the first, and honestly, it wasn't until the end of writing this when someone else was when one of our editors wanted to make this about Apple, it's like, oh, okay, I've already written it. I'm not going to turn it around just to make this about Apple, but I'll put it in the title. That's okay. But
yeah,
I'm sure that the algorithm, because of some of the differences in how this works, I imagine the algorithm has to be a little bit more careful with the monitoring.
Yeah, like
maybe
Google's own study, which again is like, we got one study from 455. That's my Google Home.
455,000 people.
Yeah. Their study said they were catching it with a 98% success rate, but again, that's studies of one. So yeah. And they also mentioned that like this was like a remote study, which I probably messes with the numbers a little bit, because it's usually not how those happen. But so
I actually a little bit of kind of inside baseball background on this, but it is actually pretty relevant. I don't know if you saw this, but about 3 or 4 weeks ago, Google Health had a blog post, and their blog post had a bunch of different things in it. They gave it out under embargo. I assume you probably would have seen this. I'm not sure if you remember it.
I don't know if that was for me. I'm not sure.
Okay. Anyway, honestly, there was not a lot. Here's the thing you might remember most from it. One of the stories is that they were making it easier to schedule appointments with your doctor. Okay. Does that sound familiar?
No.
Okay. Anyway, if anyone goes back and looks, you can find this. It doesn't matter.
Wait. Okay. I wrote about the scheduling thing, but I think we split that into other, like an article for each, which.
And everybody did. Anyway, when we split it up, one of the things that was brought up was the thing about AFib support in
Google
yeah,
Fit.
in Fitbit. So and they brought up the study and stuff like that. But when you visited their site and looked at their press materials, the only new, or there was no new information. If you looked at the dates, it was abundantly clear. They were linking to an old blog from 2020. There was no new information, blah, blah, blah. Like, it was really dumb. However, this new post was basically confirming that they now have monitoring support, which was the actual new information. Anyway, when that happened, I ended up spending like 2 hours researching this, which I never got paid for. So I could realize that it was all old news. But I looked into how they did the study, and apparently that nearly 500,000 participants, at some point or another, they all had actual medical gear at their homes for testing this, or at least a large portion of them did. Maybe it wasn't all of them. There was some vagueness to this statement, but pretty much all of them, or at least a very, very large portion of them, had actual medical testing equipment. So they were testing themselves against Fitbit's results. And that's how they came to the 98% able to detect AFib and 100% able to identify a normal sinus rhythm. So like, this wasn't a cheap study to do, and it was I mean, as they keep bragging, it's the largest remote study that's ever been done, which, no kidding, like 500,000 people. That's a pretty serious remote study.
That is a lot of people compared to a lot of other studies in this kind of field, where it's like, oh, we got 200 people, guys.
Yeah.
What do you mean that's not a representative sample?
And it's amazing, the FDA will accept some surprisingly low numbers of participants for a study sometimes. But
yeah, and that's the other thing here, is that the Fitbit here is getting the same class 2 rating as every other smartwatch and wearable with this. So like, it's not like it's not like I was trying to read about this, because again, like, I don't know any of this, but it's based on a lot of coverage that like The Verge and stuff did when the Apple Watch got this. They mentioned that like class 2 is not like approval, really. It's just like, you can do it.
Yeah,
like it's the difference between something being like legal and decriminalized almost. It's like we won't you won't get in trouble for using it, but like, we're not like endorsed. This is not a medical, you like, you're not going to go to like the doctor's office and they're going to ask, all right, put on the Fitbit.
yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Like, legally speaking, a doctor cannot prescribe that you rush out and buy a Fitbit or an Apple Watch or something like that. However,
take your Fitbit pill in the morning.
Yes. However, strictly speaking, there's nothing stopping a doctor from casually saying, I'm not prescribing it, but if you happen to ever pick up a smartwatch that supports this stuff, it might be helpful for us to future diagnose you.
Right.
And yeah, strictly speaking, none of this stuff is actually going to it. Like, they can't. Hospitals are not going to rush out and buy a bunch of Fitbits. You're not going to have doctors handing out Fitbits like as loaners or some stuff like that. None of that would be allowed. And insurance
companies, on the other hand.
Well, okay, it's very notable. With class 2, my understanding, and I have not researched this, but my understanding is an insurance company cannot give money for somebody who they cannot fund you going out and buying like a Fitbit or something like that to do monitoring. However,
right, like
if
this specific function.
Yeah. However, if you were shown to be using a device that is class 2 certified in a way that is possibly helping you remain healthy, they can discount your coverage.
Yeah.
I know. Weird thing with insurance companies.
Yeah, I've heard countless instances of insurance companies being like, "Hey, if you have a Fitbit and you send us your data every once in a while, you might get a discount," which is kind of horrifying to me. But that's just the insurance industry.
Yeah.
But
also, super good reason to like find a way to cheat into Fitbit. Like if you're a pretty sedentary dude and you
just gonna put the Fitbit on my dog.
I want to do that now. I need to get it. Well, I could put it on my cat.
Yeah, my dog's legs are far too narrow for that. But I imagine if I took like the band off and put it like a collar, or like just get like a really long band and put it around their waist, like a belt. Come here, I need to put on your Fitbit belt.
Okay, because I feel like this needs to be said officially and formally. Dear PETA, we are making a joke. We are not actually going to do this. We are not endorsing this behavior. PETA, please, please, please don't kill us in our sleep.
No.
Thank you. This has been a disclaimer.
Yes. Well, my dog already wears a tracker, so it's not that much of a stretch. Now she has a Galaxy tag on her, now that unfortunately Tile was bought by fucking scary company. And I'm really pissed about it, because I bought like 4 Tile Pros because they were so nice. Now I'm not gonna get over that. Yeah. Not just my money being burned, the fact that like I like their thing and now I can't use it.
Yeah, kind of reminds me about how Samsung bought Boxy years ago and then screwed that up. But yeah,
or Microsoft with every single game acquisition until like, I guess Mojang. I guess that was like the first one they didn't like really fuck up.
Actually, didn't they kind of make that better?
Arguably,
well,
yeah.
It depends on what aspect you're looking at, but yeah, I think they kind of ultimately made Minecraft better by virtue of like just throwing money at keeping it in development.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not familiar with the intricacies of Minecraft development anymore, but like there's still a shocking number of people playing that, and whenever I go install Minecraft on a phone or something to see how it does gaming, it's still fun. So that's nice.
Part of me wonders if is Minecraft still one of the top categories in Twitch?
I think it's got to be. I mean, it's always up there whenever I look. I think the past like 2 or 3 years it's had a resurgence. But like it's always been up there. Yeah, Minecraft is number 4 right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, under recommended for me, I see it as 3, but yeah, it's definitely not the highest in viewers.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah.
Still.
If I click viewers just without the recommended, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. It's 8.
That's still super high.
That's Daisy. Daisy wants to play Minecraft.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah, like I love looking at this and like seeing obviously Twitch numbers are not an indicator of like a lot of people are playing a game or not, because like if you have like one popular streamer open like a game that hasn't been touched in 15 years, like that's gonna shoot up really high. But it is always funny looking at this list, and it's always a combination of like games that came out a year ago and games that came out 10 years ago.
Yep.
Like Grand Theft Auto 5 is number 3.
Yeah, I glanced at that. I didn't think much of it, but yeah, it is a little weird how some games just seem to persist forever.
It's that multiplayer mode.
Yep.
Rockstar makes so much money off that. I'm kind of surprised they haven't tried bringing that to the Switch yet. Like I know it's gonna look terrible, but like it did run on an Xbox 360 at one point. So the bar is pretty low.
True enough.
But I don't know if I know the online stuff. It's basically a completely different game. They've updated it so many times, so I'm not sure. I don't need the online. I don't really want to play that game online.
Some part of me, as I don't know why, as I look over this list, I'm almost surprised some of these games are still doing as well as they are. Honestly, Valorant, almost 500,000 viewers on the, well, okay, so, maybe not almost, but 424,000 viewers on Valorant, really?
Yeah, that is probably like also the effect of Twitch, where like the esports stuff is inflated compared to like relative interest.
Yeah.
Because like if you're either your job or your main thing is that you play competitive games, like most people stream that while they're doing that.
Yeah, I guess.
Whereas I don't stream what I'm working on, because it's boring. And also would like break embargoes.
And, hey, keep in mind, I can't tell you how many people kept asking AP to have me stream teardowns. And aside from the fact that would have just been like, yeah, sure, we'll stream teardowns so XDA and 9 to 5 can copy all my work. That's a great idea. But yeah, also
I think that was one of the jokes, right? When like we were trying to make the Android Police Twitch channel like affiliated, and one of the things like you have to stream for X number of hours per week. We're just like, let's let Cody just point a camera at Cody, guys.
And yeah, I had to keep
Cody cam.
The weird thing is, there were way too many people inside of AP who were like, no, we got to do this. And I'm like, no, we don't.
Well, if the, I mean, like if people donated through Twitch, which didn't really happen, which was the problem. But if they did, it'd still be making money. You're just not making money from the post anymore.
Well, and I was never going to make any money off of that anyway. But
that's true.
But yeah, I swear to God, people do not understand how boring teardowns are.
It's fine, but you will do that for Techathon though, right? Because we've penciled you in for a 36-hour block. I hope that's okay.
Only 36?
Yeah.
I thought it was on for 48.
Yeah, I'm just like, you're just like, keep it coming. We're like, Cody, you can't go that long. You're like, no, I'm gonna do it.
I mean, I already do.
For those doctors without borders.
The only thing, I'm not even kidding, the only thing that stops me from going longer sometimes is my voice gets tired. As if people are willing to just sit and listen to music and watch, like, I don't want to say teardowns, because dear God, that'll bore even me. But if people are willing to sit there and watch me as I'm like, maybe not updating the movie post, but that could be hilarious. Because some of the shit that I'll say while I'm updating the movie post gets funny too. But hey, if people are willing to sit and watch me do random crap on the computer, like, I don't know, designing graphics, or I could program. I'll live program on the air. That'll be exciting. I wonder if anyone does that on Twitch. There's got to be people, right? I mean, there's got to be programmers doing it live on Twitch.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure who would watch that, unless it's also something with like a pretty visual component. Like if you're like working on a UI or something, maybe that would be interesting. Or if you're doing like a Google thing where you're showing off a new API or something, maybe like Google does on their live things at I/O. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I just looked, and here's CM Griffing, I guess. He is currently, he calls himself, or he categorizes as software and game development, and looks like writing in, what language is this? I can't, oh God, I paused the stream and it immediately shows me another commercial. Anyway, I searched for this using I just searched for Python, just out of curiosity. I figured it was an easy bet. And yeah, he's live coding. So, people are doing it. I don't know. I don't think that would be super interesting, but it could be a thing.
Yeah, not for me though. I'm not interesting already with video games.
Yeah.
Because when I play games, I mostly just sit in silence, and that's not very interesting content. Um, Speaking of not very interesting content, Spotify did a thing. Did you see what Spotify did?
I feel like I know, but I actually think I don't.
They're doing like bullshit clubhouse garbage.
Okay, I skimmed. I skimmed over that headline earlier, but I did not look at it at all. So tell us.
Oh, okay, so I was gonna give you the source link from my coverage of this, like not mine, but the source link. And I'm realizing I didn't put in the source link, so I can't do that very quickly. So I will dump it in the Ramble.
Wait,
That's mine, but you might have found it.
Oh, I found something from almost a year ago.
No,
That was
that's
Adams.
different. Yeah, that was different. There was a lot of so basically what Spotify did is last year in March they bought a company that was making an app called Locker Room that was basically just Clubhouse but for sports.
Oh God.
At this point, calling an app Locker Room that's about like talking that's asking for trouble, I think.
Also, just it's so unoriginal. You can tell, like, it's not even trying to be original. They're trying to be obvious about ripping off the concept.
Yeah, like it was just Clubhouse clone number 37. But Spotify bought them, and then the app was reworked into something called Green Room, which was kind of the same thing, but they were like starting to expand it beyond just sports, because obviously Spotify didn't just buy it for that. And now the change is that they're keeping the dedicated app, which is now called Spotify Live, and that's still like a Clubhouse thing, like anyone can make a room and talk in there, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who uses those apps, but they do exist apparently. And now they're building some of that into the main app, so they're being selective about it. So basically, the Spotify Live app will have all the audio rooms, which includes like just normal people making stuff, and then also they're starting to schedule out their own programming. So they're kind of doing like radio shows almost, like they have some like semi-famous people doing live events. They have one band in here that is going to do like a live DJ set for their new album, so that like that kind of stuff. And that like curated stuff will also appear in the main Spotify app. But again, like, so they're again, like, I hate when companies do this where they just like jam everything into the one app, because getting people to install another app is too difficult.
Yeah.
But they're at least not going all the way where they're just like completely ruining the Spotify app with more pointless garbage. Yeah.
Not that this is the most important thing, but I do very specifically remember Michael Fisher, aka Mr. Mobile. I still hate that name. Honestly, I hate that name. Sorry, Michael. Yeah, he was one of their, I believe, launch partners on this.
Yeah, he has done it at least two.
Yeah.
Of these already. So yeah, I think he is one of the people that Spotify reached out to. Although he was not mentioned in Spotify's blog post, which is a shame. But they did mention Tana Mongu in their blog post, which
Tana
made me want
Mojo.
to leave. Yeah, which made me want to leave.
Yeah. No, and I would too. That's hooking anything to her name is like the kiss of death.
I don't, again, like one of those people that's just famous for being famous, I guess.
At this stage, I think she's really just famous for being arrested for showing her boobs in a lot of inappropriate places.
Oh, did she?
Oh God, literally famous for it. Yeah.
I'm well. That's one way to do it, I guess.
Um, yeah, she's fairly notorious for accidentally or on purpose getting half naked in a lot of places.
Great. That's exactly who Spotify. That's exactly who I want to listen to for an hour.
Why is it Spotify picks so many of the worst people? But
look, it's Spotify, Cody. Just be thankful there is not a Joe Rogan live segment here,
yet,
or like a like Jordan Peterson live show or something else.
I can honestly say I think I'm happy to have no idea who the hell Jordan Peterson is.
Oh, Cody. Oh, he's like another like. He's like a right-wing person that like his entire brand is just that he's like he makes
everybody.
Well, no, he's like his entire. Well, he was like a college professor, so like his entire thing is like,
oh god,
like having like a more intelligent take instead of just like I don't like black people, right?
Okay,
like,
so
do like a more complicated.
So he's
version.
Ben Shapiro, but
yes, he is old. He's old, Canadian Ben Shapiro.
So he's Ben Shapiro, but his wife can still get off.
Possibly.
Without going to somebody else. To somebody else.
Right. Yeah. But no, he's just another like right-wing grifter, and he's very funny to read about because he keeps having like health problems. Like he's almost died a couple times from like drug issues.
Oh God. Okay. Well, now I feel a little bad for making the joke.
No, you shouldn't.
Okay.
Not a good
person. I was pretending to feel bad. I really don't.
Yeah. Like he again, like a lot of like right-wing people now, like his entire thing where he like rose to prominence was like bitching about some new Canada law that would like tell teachers to use like a student's real pronouns, like that kind of thing, like the very low stakes changes, and then they make a fuss about it and get famous on YouTube. But yeah, so anyway, no Joe Rogan here, which is good Spotify, but you're still giving him money, which is money they could be spending on making Tech Tales a Spotify exclusive. I'm just putting that out there, Spotify.
I mean, seriously, original programming, especially history-related stuff, it makes pretty good money.
Mm-hmm. And some of my guests sometimes have good sound quality. So
this is a low-key dig at me.
That is because Cody was on the wrong microphone for the last recording.
We think.
Probably.
It's very likely, but it's still unclear.
Something happened. There was a mistake somewhere.
Yeah.
Just like Joe Rogan.
A mistake's always made there.
Yeah. So that's kind of. It is kind of interesting. This feels like maybe it could. I don't care for like the Clubhouse stuff at all. Like that kind of format. Like every time I look at Twitter Spaces, I just immediately filled with regret because it's mostly just crypto bros talking to each other on there. That's all Spaces is at this point.
Okay, I admit I haven't looked at Spaces in I don't know, a few months, but the last time I looked at Spaces, it was kind of an equal parts crypto bros, and I don't have any more polite way to say this. I'm going for as polite as I can say it, but minorities acting minority, if that makes sense. Kind of the, hey, we're a minority, let's talk about all the ways that we've been abused and all the ways we're going to get back at them.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Which, in some, I did poke in and listen to a couple of them, and it's like, okay, you might have gotten a little inventive in your definition.
Yeah, there are a few kind of things in here, like the, but like I'm scrolling through it right now. It's actually like a lot of this is sports, which I guess.
Oh is sorry, that is a third. I forgot about sports.
Yeah, I'll take people talking about basketball over crypto. That's fine. I don't know about basketball.
I mean, I don't want to listen to that either.
No.
But just because I'm not a basketball fan.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I don't really care for like the Twitter Spaces Clubhouse kind of format generally, but
I gotta say though, Twitter Spaces, I think, I think that actually has served to give Clubhouse a poorer reputation by virtue of the fact that Twitter Spaces only attracted the, well, one really bad group, one group that can be questionable, and another group that, all right, cool, whatever, it's your thing. Whereas Clubhouse really did legitimately attract a lot of developers. It attracted a lot of like people who are speaking more earnestly about politics and legitimate issues. It attracted a lot of people who were experts in their field. Twitter Spaces was so incredibly good at attracting people who were anything but experts. So
yeah, like that's yeah, that's kind of, I guess, one of the main differentiators is that like there's a little bit more curation with what Spotify's doing, and I like, again, like I don't really care for this format generally. Like I'm not like really big on live stuff in general. Like I barely watch Twitch. Like even though like there's a lot of people that I like on Twitch that are like funny or talented or nice to listen to. Where I just don't really watch live stuff all that much, just generally. But it is a little bit interesting how Spotify's trying to like cross this with what they're doing with podcasts, sort of, where like there is overlap. Like a lot of these live shows, like Twitter does this too, where a space is like available to listen to later. And Spotify's kind of going for the same thing with like the curated stuff. Like, if you miss one of these high quality live shows, you'll be able to listen to it later like a podcast. And I don't know if they would do like editing after the fact or something like that, but I imagine like at least like the curated stuff, like they're set up like a podcast, like they're gonna have good recording and so on, probably, I would assume. But that is a little bit of an interesting change, where like obviously like podcasts that were originally live or a video or something that's always been a thing, but it is shifting a little bit. So I'm interested to see what happens there. A lot of interesting developments in podcasting, most of them not good. I would say, but some of them are, like what I'm very much waiting for is whatever YouTube's doing to show up, because like honestly, like as like as someone who is like one of the interesting things with podcast production is like there's not really like YouTube has a lot of issues with like how it manages ads and stuff, but the fact that like you can kind of just like start at any point and make a decent amount of money is kind of unique to YouTube. There's not like a solution for that for podcasts. I know there are a few podcast platforms where they'll when you host their audio through there, you can set like timestamps for it to auto inject ads depending on like where the person is downloading from. Like there's a little bit of targeting, but I don't think those pay as well.
No.
Yeah.
So I looked into this ages ago, way before I ever started streaming. So in theory, it could have changed by now, but I don't see why it would have. And yeah, basically what you can do is, if you work with them and it distributes through their servers, they inject the ads for you, and they basically do semi-targeted advertising, usually based on geography. Google Play, back when it was trying to do podcasts, it actually would do targeted more based on the actual user. It says it was actually going through the app and they had actual information on the user. The only problem is they never made the app good enough that people wanted to use it. But yeah, so the thing is about these systems is honestly they can't target very well because it's still geographically oriented, and they don't, like, it's all still generated based on kind of a vague idea of what the podcast does. So if you can sell ads directly to sponsors, you're making way more money that way. It's never good if you need to rely on a service to inject ads. And those services still won't take you if you aren't getting, I think your minimum list or your minimum download count still has to be something like 50,000 for most of them.
Yeah, like that's just the other factor with this, is that audio ads are just inherently less valuable than video, because like, you're not looking at anything. You're just, you're just listening to something. So there's not as much of an opportunity to sell you on something.
Well, and audio ads actually have a lot of problems. One of the things, I actually got into a fight with a former person in management, we'll say, at AP, because he did not understand this. But one of the things about audio ads is you really need your audio ad to come with some sort of like referral codes or something like that have a discount attached. Because if you're doing an ad, if you're getting paid to do the ad, that's fine. But if there's any sort of referral element to it, if people are not using a discount code that gives them an actual discount better than they can get anywhere else, they're never going to use it, and you will never get referrals off of it. Because even if you advertise for them, you might convince somebody to use the service or buy the product, but you're never going to get paid unless they use the code, and they aren't going to use the code if they aren't getting a real discount from it.
Yeah, and also just, again, because you're not looking at it, you're not like directly interacting with it. The other issue is that like quote unquote click-through rates are horrendous, right? Like I would say personally, I probably never like put in a URL in my phone based on something I heard in a podcast, because like most of the time when I'm listening to podcasts, I'm like driving or doing something else.
Exactly.
I'm like, I'm not gonna go back and do this.
Yeah.
Or even if like I was on my phone when I was doing, like it's still like asking a lot. Now, I will say Spotify has partially solved this, but they haven't fully rolled this out, where podcasts, when they do an ad, they can like, there's a function in Spotify for it to show a button for a link based on whatever they're advertising at that moment. So that kind of fixes the click-through thing, sort of, or it makes it more equivalent to like a web ad.
I mean, strictly speaking, you could already put links into show notes, and almost every podcast player does support show notes in some capacity. So this was already a thing you could do. People just had to go to an extra step of looking at show notes, assuming they know how. Which, by the way, if for those of you listening, just take a second and think about your podcast player for a second and ask yourself, without looking, do you know how to get to show notes?
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie, even I don't know how to get to show notes in Pocket Cast, and that should be an easy one. It used to, at one time, it used to be a swipe from left to right. I don't think it is anymore. Not since they made a big change a while back. I could be wrong. I don't know anymore, but I think it's.
I think it is. I think it is still a swipe to the side when you're on the player. So you already have to go to the, if you don't have that open. Yeah, it's just a
nope.
Little,
it's not.
It is on mine. Wait, what app?
Pocket Casts.
Yeah.
No, I now have on the Now Playing screen. This is the main player screen.
Right.
Across the top, there is Now Playing, Notes, and Chapters. Though, admittedly, Chapters is probably not going to be there for a podcast that doesn't have chapters. This one does. So I actually have to tap on. Oh, I can swipe from right to left to get to Notes.
Yeah.
But it's not. Yeah, sorry. It's a different direction. But it is swipeable.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a couple more things that are like Spotify's trying to do. And like I've seen a couple other things that, like, I know Apple Podcast has like a function that other podcast apps are starting to get, where you can set like a trailer for a series. Like you basically you pick an episode from the feed, and that's like the main one shown as like, hey, are you interested in this? Here's a little teaser. which I thought about doing for tech tales, but it's kind of a lot of work, so I probably won't do that. But
Yeah.
and also I don't think it needs it. I don't think it needs that.
Okay, so going back to something you said earlier, and I completely agree. I'm very curious what YouTube is going to do with podcasts, because we already know YouTube is interested in legitimately getting into the podcast space. Now,
Right. Like based on that leak, it doesn't seem like this is like a Google podcast situation where they
right.
just build it into the Google app. Come on, guys. I don't know what that was. I don't know what was happening there.
I mean, I understand it. It was done entirely to feed the Google Home ecosystem. There's no question to it. There were even leaks that confirmed it. They did this because they wanted to have podcasts in Google Home. They needed to have some sort of a physical interface for people to interact with it beyond that. So they did that. I get it. I don't disagree with the logic. It makes sense. But oh my God, do better.
It was very much built like it was pretty clear the focus for that was just like finding podcasts.
Yeah.
So like I get why it's in search, but also it's just a terrible playback experience.
And the interface just looks like an intern threw it together in like a couple hours. Like someone sat down in Photoshop and was like, all right, what can we make right now? We need to present it this afternoon. And somebody saw it and was like, okay, yeah, sure, go ahead, do that. And even at some point, maybe someone came along and was like, no, but we can do better than this. We swear, we'll do better than this. And they're like, no, just ship it. We don't need to waste time on this. No one's going to use it anyway.
Yeah.
And clearly no one will, because it sucks.
Yeah.
But
so I'm curious in it, mostly just not because I'd use it, because I like Pocket Cast, but I'm interested in it for the completely selfish reason that every time YouTube rolls out a new feature, they like heavily promote creators that are using it as like in the anyway. Like when YouTube Shorts came out, buddy, I mean this is still kind of the case, but like if you made a short, you're getting like hundreds of views by default, easily into the thousands. Like I made a couple shorts for the Tech Tales YouTube channel that were just snippets of audio with like a waveform. I can't make them anymore because the website I was using it now wants to charge a lot of money for something like, I'm pretty sure it's just like a Linux command they got from somewhere. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So I made a couple, and one of them got like 500 views, I think, with like no promotion. I just uploaded it and that was it, and it pushed it to many people. I didn't get a lot of subscribers from that, but still, one is better than none.
Well, what interests me about it, and I'm just sharing this to the screen. You don't need to look. I'll explain what I'm showing. But one of the things that interests me about it is if they start doing podcasts, I have a feeling podcasts on a channel that also does videos are probably going to get a relatively prominent position. Like right now, if you go for shorts, all you have to do is go look at a channel page, scroll down one grouping, and you'll find shorts. I don't know if maybe there's more, but anything that appears in a shorts playlist, like that's just a thing. You can easily find a channel shorts, which is a weird set of words to say. And I have a funny feeling that you'll probably be able to dive in, and like maybe podcast will even become one of the groupings across the top.
Yeah.
Along with videos, playlists, community channels, and about. Or I don't know, like there are different ways that they might present this, and that's what interests me. I think at that point, podcasts might actually become a way to make a channel discoverable, and then reflexively, maybe your videos are a way of making your podcast discoverable. So I think that could actually be really good for anyone who's doing kind of all of the above.
Yeah.
Also, YouTube is actually like paying a crap load of money to audio only podcasts on the condition that they'll make a video version. Yes, please. Please do that. Like that can be a great thing. And
Yeah,
I kid you not, YouTube, at any time, it won't cost much. I'm just saying it right now on the record. It will not cost much, but if you will fund it, I will retrofit this office into a very proper studio, and I will very happily make it pretty. All for the purpose of a better RambleCast.
You can be a RambleCast can be a YouTube podcast exclusive, and Tech Tales would be a Spotify exclusive.
I mean, I'm seeing nothing wrong with this.
Look, I mean, if Google would give me money, I'd be slightly more okay with that than the company funding Joe Rogan giving me money. If nothing else, then I don't have to say, yes, I am on the same audio platform as Joe Rogan, and we have the same boss.
Okay, but bear with me on this.
Spotify would probably pay me more, though, based on what they pay Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And look, I'll make a promise. I will not spread disinformation about the 2020 election on Tech Tales. So they don't have to worry about that.
You mean until you're already off of Spotify?
Yeah. Once I sign with Spotify, it's like part of the contract. Like, you must say dumb shit.
Okay, so I want to throw another perspective at you. Bear with me here. What if instead of saying that you're on the same network with Joe Rogan, you said instead, I'm taking some of the money they otherwise would have given to Joe Rogan?
That's true. Well, if they fire Rogan, but if they don't, then I'm just getting extra money.
Well, they could have given Joe Rogan more money than they are.
Okay.
You're just taking some of it. Come on, is this? Come on.
Look, I mean,
it's the better way to read it. It is. When you're telling your friends, you can tell them you're taking money away from Joe Rogan. I feel like this is a win.
Perhaps. I'll think about it. I imagine I would have some time to think of weasel ways out of this conversation in the time it would take for Spotify to sign me. So we'll
wouldn't worry about it. Spotify's never going to sign you after they hear this conversation.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Joe Rogan is also like complaining about Spotify.
Yeah, because he needs to bite the hand that feeds him.
Yeah.
Remember, he also talked trash about California, even though California was actually giving him a tax break.
That's how it always goes. It's
yeah.
Like every single company that's like, I don't know why they won't work anymore after they took relief funds in 2020. Yeah.
Hey, Elon, by the way, maybe pay your taxes.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother separate topic.
Yeah. So podcasts or things are happening. I'm very curious to see that. Also, I'm curious, will they dump that in the YouTube Music app or the YouTube app? Because like it.
I mean, why not YouTube Podcasts?
Yeah, I mean that's ideal. I'm just like obviously as someone from the selfish part of me is like, yes, put in the main app and also like make it a giant unavoidable banner and have my podcast in it. But from a user perspective, I'm like, the YouTube app is like way too much already. They gotta start pushing stuff out of there.
I mean,
and they already have like all the player stuff. I feel like it would. I don't know. Like, it'd make more sense to do YouTube Music or do a different app. But I don't. This is YouTube stuff.
In this purely hypothetical scenario, wherein they definitely are going to do something very big and very dedicated. I guess my question is, how much do they need another app? And I say that coming from coming from kind of a weird perspective, because in my opinion, I'm 100% in favor of having a YouTube Music app, but at the same time, I constantly look at the YouTube Music app and ask, why is this even a thing? Because all the real code in here is really just dedicated to the player and a comment section for the YouTube app. Honestly, the YouTube Music app is the exact same player. Literally, it is identical code. And they just kind of reshaped the interface a little bit. Like, it could have just been like a bottom bar navigation item to go to music instead of the video, like the other part of YouTube. And they could have had the exact same thing in a single app, and it would have grown the size of the app by like 100K, maybe. So, you know, podcast would be about the same story. I'm not suggesting that they don't have a separate app or put it in one of those. I'm just saying, like, I don't know that it really makes that big of a difference.
I think it's just the visual separation, kind of like how like
I think
Google
you mean branding. Or ideological maybe, but branding I think is the way to.
Right. Like kind of how like Google Podcast was like, it was like branded as like its own app, but like it was just a deep link to the Google app.
Yes. So, that still makes me kind of mad.
Yeah. So like I can see why they might put it in music, but I think there's also a chance they might look at how many people have like complained to Spotify about podcasts being heavily promoted in the app, especially Joe Rogan. And been like, I don't want to use your app anymore because every time I try to play my music, it like puts Joe Rogan in my face. So I don't know, they might do something there. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting that like all the tech companies are like doing something completely different with this. Like no one's really like got, because also the issue here is that like podcasts are just far more open than like pretty much every other online media format right now. Like it's not heavily algorithm based. It's not like there's obviously big companies involved, but there's not a whole lot of like exclusivity really anymore. Like Spotify made a big push for it, and they've actually released a lot of those contracts by now. So it is kind of more open like that, and so I guess the fact that like companies maybe can't make as much money from it or have their own tailored thing, that is why they haven't made a big push into it. Like Apple took a very long time to have like a modern podcast experience, which is ironic because like they were the first ones there.
Well,
like that's like, I remember, you know, like podcasts on iPod was pretty cool.
Yeah. One of the things that always kind of leapt out at me, or I think about a lot, is podcasts are possibly the only thing that has gone for as long as it has, and big companies never really took an interest in it until kind of the last few years.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, I'm trying to think of anything else in history that has over a decade behind it in history, and companies really just did not see any monetary way to profit outside of the, you know, the occasional, sure, we'll sponsor some ads like that. You know, that was the cheesy, or not cheesy, but like that was the simplest, lowest effort way to do things. And podcasts were really just not taken that seriously for a very, very long time. And it, you know, kind of like a lot of things, but it wasn't taken seriously until big celebrities sat down and decided, you know what, I think this week I'll start a podcast. At which point, you know, we now have obviously Rogan. We have tons of people in sports. I can't begin to name how many actors have podcasts that, you know, just it's their way to pretend to stay relevant even when they kind of don't. But yeah, it really just didn't happen for a very, very long time. But
yeah,
people have been listening to podcasts for ages, tons of people, but it just never got turned corporate until just the last few years.
Yeah, and I guess it's more just like the how important like content recommendation algorithms have become as a business. Like that's the entire reason TikTok is where it is. Is because they, you know, partially the music integration that YouTube has always sucked at, but mostly just like it's incredibly good at just feeding you a constant stream of content. And YouTube obviously has been there for a while, but it's still growing.
Well,
and now I guess companies are like, okay, what can we algorithm next?
To me, YouTube is okay. I'm not a TikTok user. I have an account, I think. I'm sure I have an account, but I've never really used it. So, and I've never really watched stuff on there, but or not actively. But I think there is a big difference here. I think YouTube is actually incredibly good at content recommendation. It is very good at saying, oh, you watched this video, we're going to recommend 3 videos from the same channel. We're going to recommend 5 videos that are sort of related stuff that we think you might also be interested in. And of course, we're going to fill in a few more spots with stuff that we already know you're interested in that has nothing to do with this, but we want to keep you here. So we're going to put up these other videos that might also keep you.
Yeah.
In case the things that you just watched aren't really actually of interest to you. You just maybe stumbled onto them or whatever. TikTok, I think it has been successful not because it's so good at recommending similar stuff, unless of course you get on a binge of like a TikTok trend. But I think TikTok is good at sort of the potato chip solution of stuff. Hey, we just gave you something to watch. Even if you're not fulfilled by the thing that you just watched, here's another thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same, maybe it's different. It kind of doesn't matter, because if you're not fulfilled by that, you'll stick around another 30 seconds to watch the next thing that pops up. And that has kind of worked very, very well for TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's interesting because like it's, I don't know. I almost feel about this like, I don't know. Like you said, it kind of feels like the last bastion of like this not centrally controlled thing. Like Google just owns the entire. Google and TikTok now own like the entire online video industry, like all of it. At least as far as like,
as in content creator oriented.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Except right. Got to throw Instagram in there. I would definitely consider them a distant third, but I think Instagram has to count because a lot of stuff still goes out on Instagram.
Yeah, but like regardless, it's like these big tech companies.
Yeah.
So it is kind of nice that podcasts are still sort of unique there.
Well,
but it is
one of the few truly like independent creators, so to speak, are still actually at the top of it. And while they might be working with sponsors and things like that, unlike YouTubers, watching a YouTube video, you can tell a lot of times they'll even freely admit it, like they are creating content specifically targeted at feeding an algorithm, feeding the channel that people are used to, and kind of catering to that format. Like every video is usually about the same length. Their posting schedule is done to cater to YouTube's algorithms. Whereas podcasters, let's be honest, there are podcasts where they release episodes at midnight. They don't care. Why should they? Because your podcast app will download it when it downloads it.
Yeah, like if I wasn't like also scheduling like a Twitter post to go the same time, I would do that too. Like it doesn't matter, just pump it out. It's fine. You'll get it when your thing downloads it. It's fine.
Yeah, and you can make, for your podcast, you can make an episode of any length. You might want to target a certain thing to maybe make your viewers happier. Like if you want to make something that is quote unquote drive time appropriate, you make it 20 to 30 minutes. if you want to make...
Or in my case, where the original recording will not exceed the ability for me to speak.
Yeah. Or, you know, your podcast might be kind of like designed around a 5-minute or 10-minute news break kind of thing. Okay, you can do that. Like, this is a decision you're making. You're not doing it to feed the algorithm, which is how everyone on YouTube kind of has to behave. It's how everyone on TikTok, by technical limitation, is required to behave. Though I guess TikTok does allow longer videos, they just really do not. They don't incentivize it.
Yeah, it's not like the intended purpose.
Yeah. So it's there. I mean, these companies have decided really what they want to favor, whereas podcasts still get to make the decisions for themselves.
Yeah, it is very interesting. And again, like you know, like Google's obviously, you know, still controlling everything with YouTube. It hasn't lost really. It's lost some ground at TikTok, but only in like the category of like, you know, like shorter content. So I'm curious to see what they'll do with YouTube, and especially what the difference will be between like how YouTube approaches it, which is kind of its own enclave in Google, and Google, because Google corporate fucked it up. Google Podcast is terrible, and podcast support and play music before that also wasn't very good. But I don't know, maybe YouTube can do something. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of faith in YouTube generally either, because they've kind of jammed shorts down everyone's throat, but which I've increasingly not using as much because it's not very good. Like most of the shorts it wants to feed me are just first they're either like re-uploaded TikToks, or they're like like one of the things that it keeps feeding me like Family Guy clips that are like cropped to be like a short, and like there'll be like some text at the top like, this is, you know, like Stewie's best moment or something. Like, why am I getting this? Like, I don't even watch Family Guy.
It is a little weird, yeah.
Yeah, and then like I don't know how responsive it is to like likes and dislikes, but I know a couple times a few months ago, like it would keep getting me on tracks of like animal videos, like dog, like, yeah, sure, I like, you know, dogs jumping around, that's kind of cute. And then like the like fifth video would be like a video someone took of like a dog having a stroke. I'm like, I don't want to see this, that's horrifying.
Yeah, no kidding.
So it's not as good, but yeah, I'm hopefully they'll actually do something good with podcasts, because like it'd be cool if I could like make $3 a month from Tech Tales. That'd be neat, but it would depend on how the, because also the issue is that like a lot of this focus on podcasts is just on curated stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff that Spotify's working on that is only for their shows. Like the links thing I mentioned before, that's just their shows right now. They're mostly promoting their own show. Like it's like Netflix, right? Like Netflix is feeding you mostly shows they make. So yeah, there's less of a focus on like me as someone who does not have a contract with Spotify. Although that can change at any time. Spotify, just let me know. But yeah, so yeah, we'll see what they do. I need to go now, I think.
It's just as a quick aside, I've never really made a point of looking at YouTube Shorts. Mm-hmm. Like there have been a couple of times that I kind of casually glanced at a few of them in the YouTube app just as I was browsing for other stuff, but yeah, I never really looked to see what was there. I'm doing it now.
Yeah. I mostly just watch them when the people I'm subscribed to for like normal videos upload them. That's really good.
Yeah, and I'm seeing why YouTube Shorts might not be as successful, because man, it is not guessing well for me. I mean, it did okay with a couple of them, One of them's a bartender versus mixologist video that I will watch later because I'm hoping there's a decent joke in there. And another one, it'll vasectomy of Ryan Reynolds. And it's very clearly definitely him. I believe making a drink, I'm thinking, is probably called vasectomy or something. Because, of course, Aviation Gin is his company and blah, blah, blah.
Yes, I was getting YouTube ads for them sometimes.
As far as I can tell, Aviation Gin has become the new favorite gin of everyone purely because of Ryan Reynolds. Though, legitimately, I have heard it is actually a good gin. Which would matter if I didn't hate gin. Sorry, it is disgusting. But, because people want to eat or drink something that tastes like jet fuel. Anyway. Yeah, as I'm glancing through these, it's like, yeah, I probably am not going to be watching shorts anytime soon. That being said, I swear I need to start making some.
Yeah. Again, I really wish that the website hadn't shut down, and they want so much money for that now.
Okay, what did the website do?
It let me upload a audio file that like max was 30 seconds. I think with this pay thing they raised that to like 2 minutes or something, and it would generate a video with a waveform and the text to speech in real time, so like it was captioned. And it would, like, I could pick like a logo that would be in the middle of it. So like, I'm sure the waveform stuff is easier, but yeah, like combining it with the thing. But yeah, it's just not really something I'm like, I'm sure the guy spent a long time on it, and like smaller devs should be paid for what they make, but also like I don't make any money from tech sales, and I'm actually like spend money on it. I don't really want to spend anything else just for marketing. But
I'm now running in my head how easy it would be to do this, because I think it sounds like it actually might not be that hard.
Yeah, I was like, there are tools for this,
yeah,
but like a lot of them don't seem to be like automatic in the same way or whatever. But
well, what I'm really kicking around is how hard would it be to do this, and could I turn this into something that instead of a paid service would be ad fed? And if so, could this be successful? I think could be.
That's your first Twitch stream, is you coding that, obviously.
Yeah. Legitimately, I might actually look into this.
Well, I might pay for yours. We'll see.
Oh. Hey.
But, yes, I'm gonna go because also I really have to pee now.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. Do you have anything you want to pitch before you go?
No, I've already talked for an hour about Tech Tales. So.
Good point.
That's fine.
All right. Well, take it easy, and I'll catch you in Discord later, I'm sure.
Okay. Goodbye, everyone.
All right. So, not even kidding. I'm typing out a quick note to myself to look into this. Audio stream to video short with waveform and speech to text. Yeah, that'll be sufficient to remember what this is about. Because that actually could be a pretty neat little thing. The biggest concern I'd have with that is the cost associated with transmitting the data transfer, like just bandwidth usage by that site might be a little much. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, to do it super cheap. But I guess I don't know, maybe a site that does actually, I might have an idea on how to do that cheap too. I have ideas. They're kicking around in my head. Okay, so let's see. I did see this earlier, but Carson, you'd rather see a separate app for YouTube podcasts, and or better yet, just update the Google Podcast app that people already have installed. So, I have a couple of thoughts on this. One, with the Google Podcast app, the biggest problem with this, or kind of the reason that this won't work necessarily super great, and I say that, but I don't entirely mean it. And I know that this is going to sound stupid, but the package name, it won't be com.youtube.podcasts. Therefore, YouTube probably won't want it. That sounds so dumb, I know, but I think they legitimately would not be happy inheriting the listing. They would rather just have their own. I know how dumb that sounds, but I think it's actually true. That and also I think Google would be somewhat opposed to this on the basis that it might be a bit of a, like, I don't think they would like the fact that people have the podcast app installed and then all of a sudden one day the icon changes, the name changes, and now it's YouTube Podcasts. It's in a different place in your app drawer. It looks different. It has a different everything to it. I feel like that is something they would feel uncomfortable with when it's not just changing a little bit. It's not just changing to like from one Google app to another Google app. It's now changing from a Google app to a YouTube app. And I think that might turn them off of it. That being said, there was one thought that hit me, and I actually think that this is a solid argument. Though it is a niche argument. I want it to be a separate app so that it appears separately on Android Auto. On Android Auto, like an app can present one provider. If I'm using it, I'm going to pick, like, anybody using Android Auto is only picking like 2 or 3 main apps that they use all the time, and they're putting them at the top of their launcher. When it comes right down to it, you probably have one music app, maybe one podcast app, in theory, possibly one audiobook app, maybe, and you probably have like your Maps app, and that's about it. Well, when all is said and done, I kind of want my podcast under one thing, and it's under the YouTube Podcast brand. That would be, or that app, like that would be a thing. I don't want that mixed in with anything else. So I don't want it on the YouTube Music app, even though that would seem like a pretty logical place to put it. I don't want it there because YouTube Music is for music. That's it. I do not want it for anything else. When it comes down to whether or not it could just be on the YouTube app, that would be an option, but I don't think that's a good one. It would feel weird. So yeah, I think in that one context, I really want a separate YouTube Podcast app. But with all that said, I probably still prefer using a separate podcast app in general, but I don't know. We'd have to see how the YouTube Podcast app actually plays out. Let's see. YouTube Music package name is com.google Android apps YouTube Music. Wow. I didn't realize it was such a mess. Huh. Wonder how they screwed that one up. Because that definitely seems like they screwed that up. Though I guess there was a period in time where they were kind of doing everything under anything in the Google listing was com.google.android apps blah blah blah. So I guess that must have happened during that time. I don't know if they still do that because they obviously have not launched as many apps in recent history, but yeah, that's interesting. Okay, anyway, so what do we have as other topics to hit. So suggested earlier by Carson. I did not look into this yet. Actually, I didn't hear about this before, but I'll look into it with everybody else. Meta's AR glasses roadmap targeting 2024 launch. Okay. They've abandoned Fuchsia-based OS. Honestly, I didn't know they were going to use it. Carson, YouTube is still under Google in the Play Store. Yes, it is, and it will always be. All of these are still under the Google developer, but their package names might not be. And one way or another, this isn't necessarily the issue here. It doesn't necessarily have to be like, the package name doesn't necessarily have to be com.youtube, but not having YouTube in the name is going to seem weird for an app that's called YouTube Podcasts. And again, I don't think they care that much about it, but I think they care a little bit. And I think Google is going to care about that sort of jarring experience of all of a sudden an app goes from being Google Podcasts with the old icon and everything like that to suddenly being, here's an app that is YouTube Podcasts, and it has a different icon, a different color scheme, a different look, a different layout, a different design, a different set of features, possibly even a different group of podcasts, with a different feature set, a different layout. It now presumably is its own app instead of reaching into the Google app, the Google search app. Now when you want to listen to things, you don't use it through. Was there a web interface for Google Podcasts? I don't think there was, but maybe if there was, then whatever. But now you want to control it on your desktop, you go to YouTube and click on a button there. Like, all of these changes, they're manageable, but I think even someone at Google can say, hey, maybe that's not for the best. That might be jarring to people. So instead, they will do something stupid like say, hey, do you want this other app? Well, click this button and install it. Remember, this is something they've absolutely done in the past, several times, including Hangouts. Hangouts, which they moved to Hangouts Chat. I think that's the name. Yeah, I mean, they just told people to install another app because they did. Which actually, if I remember, I think the current Hangouts app even still works, but they do weird things like this all the time because apparently people don't want to have changes happen without being told why or something. I don't know. I'm guessing maybe they had a really big backlash after changing from Google Chat to Hangouts, and since then they've been really wary of doing things like this. I'm not sure. I can only guess, but it seems out of character for them to do what is kind of smart. They'll instead choose to do something that's just kind of clumsy and awkward. But hey, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Anyway. So let's see. How much? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Man, I read the first start of this sentence and it's like, as Google reportedly plans a release of AR headset or an AR headset in 2024. And I'm like, wait, I know I started this article with Meta AR glasses. Why are they talking about Google? Okay, it's because both of them plan to do it the same year. So apparently one particularly surprising detail is that Meta's AR glasses originally planned to use fuchsia. Okay. So The Verge detailed this. cool. We're gonna go to their post. Oh, wow, that's so much longer. Never mind, we can go back to the summary version. So apparently it was called Project Nazari. The AR glasses, widely considered to be the next form factor, and the Facebook founder wants to not be reliant on Apple and Google moving forward. As such, they're going to have a wireless phone-shaped device that offloads parts of the computing required for the glasses to operate, so as not to be reliant on iOS or Android devices. Cool. All right, in one paragraph, we now have confirmation that Meta has failed. But okay, moving on. So they're building their glasses on top of Android after abandoning plans for a custom microkernel operating system that was based on Fuchsia. So they don't want to be reliant on Android. Well, Android devices. But they're still going to build it on Android. And they didn't want to be presumably reliant on Google. So they're switching from one Google made OS to a different Google made OS. Was this really something The Verge said, or is this something 9 to 5 took away from it? I don't know. I can see both of them grossly misunderstanding this. Today's report does not elaborate, but Meta would have presumably been trying to use the Zircon microkernel. In fact, the Oculus employee that led the development is now leading Google's augmented reality OS. Okay, so okay, so they're trying for 70 degree field of view. Okay, I'm just skimming this, honestly. Like, there are parts of me where my brain is immediately just clicking like, this is so dumb. But that's mostly because they're just trying to make an issue out of the OS choice. Honestly, I think they're making a bad choice by developing on Android. It's not that Android isn't good. It's perfectly fine. And in fact, for development of games and apps to run on these glasses, Android might technically be the better choice. Only because I believe Android has officially better support at this time for oh my god, I'm totally blanking on the name of it, even though I wrote about this just a few weeks ago. But support for the low-level graphics library or API, whatever it's called. I'm totally blanking on it, but I have a feeling Carson will probably tell me in chat in a second. But I believe it is technically better supported on Android. Anyway, that being said, just everything I just read, this is feeling so bad. So Fuchsia, by all accounts, is better performance, at least for most purposes, though again, support for said graphics APIs might be a benefit for Android. But having a little, is it Vulkan? Yeah, it's got to be Vulkan. Let's go with Vulkan. If it's wrong, it doesn't matter. But having a little device to the side, I'm not going to say that that's the actual kiss of death, but it's kind of the kiss of death. Like, people are okay with this when we're talking situations like FPV drones, because you kind of you don't want the batteries that you use with goggles to be like on the goggles, because that makes them pretty heavy. But for the stuff that AR glasses are probably going to be doing, you don't necessarily need as large a battery, because the glasses aren't necessarily on all the time. Or if they are, you're probably sitting down at home and it's not that big of a deal to do that. And honestly, like FPV drones, people are not happy even with the batteries hanging off now. So they'd like those to go away. But putting it into AR glasses in this context, like assuming that these are AR glasses that you will see through, which is what's implied here. Well, that's what AR glasses are. VR versus AR. But AR glasses, you're supposed to be able to see through. You're supposed to see the world around you and have it augmented by the glasses. If that's the case, I can't help but immediately think you're also supposed to be able to walk around with them. If that's true, having a device hanging off of your glasses, which is your assistive device, is gonna be horrible. That right there just instantly kills this idea. Assuming that it's in any way involved in rendering and has to be 100% connected. If it's a wire, which maybe it won't be. But man, I'm instantly seeing this as a bad thing. They're aiming for 2024, which, all right, I don't see anything weird or wrong with the date. And that's, in my opinion, that's actually not that optimistic. If they were angling for 2023, I would have my doubts. But I think 2024 is perfectly realistic for launching AR glasses. Oh yeah, good point. The Verge article will at least have some better pictures. More or better pictures. Okay, I cannot leave it on an image of Zuckerberg in tight white fencing clothes. That's just not gonna work. I do kind of dig this, a virtual chess game. Totally unrealistic, but okay. Let's go with that. Let's pretend that's gonna be a thing. But the operating system choice, I do think that that's gonna be a mess. I think that was the wrong choice. I think they should be sticking with Fuchsia just because Fuchsia, by everything I have read, is just better optimized for graphics performance. It is a lighter weight operating system. It has fewer things filling it in. That I think is important. Also, wait a second. What? This is about AR glasses. Why is one of their images a dude who's not wearing glasses? Oh my god. Meta, what are you doing here? You should promptly change your name back to Facebook. It's not working out. You change your name to Meta and we're like, nah, let's just be dumb. let's do everything really, really badly. That being said, at least they did get their chat bubbles right, and this is what the Facebook chat bubbles look like. So it's at least styled correctly. Oh geez. Guys, you're making this too easy. Also, this guy is like in a... Anyone notice this? This dude is like in the emptiest big ass room that looks like it was just gutted. There's like only furniture way off in the distant background. Come on. Let's see. Carson, the picture was actually taken inside the metaverse. Yes, it was. There's so much cringe. So much cringe. That being said, I kind of want that place. That place looks like, I mean, big ass, huge windowed wall. Kind of into it. I don't mind if creepy people are gonna come stare at me through my wall. That, by the way, is not an invite. To anyone who would take it that way, do not actually come stare at me through windows. Anyway. Yeah, man, I in no way, shape, or form do I want to sound like old man talks here, but I am so cringed by all of the stuff that has to do with claims of the metaverse, especially Facebook being involved in it. I'm skeptical of a lot of the AR promises that are being made. VR, sure. I think VR makes plenty of sense. I think it is very, very reasonable and accessible at this stage. AR, I think, is a little too ambitious for the metaverse. Or proposed concept of the metaverse, but that's a whole whatever the fuck of its own. Yeah, I'm not into this. I feel like Facebook is going to do this so terribly. It's going to be cringy and weird and not worth doing when they do it. Which is kind of okay. I'm fine with the idea of Facebook failing. Please, Facebook, fail. Keep finding new ways to fail. It's okay. I don't know. Show of hands. Anybody disagree with me? It's okay watching Facebook fail at something. But man, I don't see any way that this goes well because they keep doing dumb things. But hey, I don't know. Does anybody else have a different take on this? Totally open floor on this topic because I feel like the glasses are going to be one of those things that the only people I think who are going to be jumping on this are developers who feel like they have to. And as far as I know, like, this isn't something regular developers can be involved in. It seems like it's something that individual companies can partner with Facebook to offer their own stuff. I'm sure that will change, but I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think if Facebook is doing this, I don't think they really have something to offer in a big way. Though we'll see. Maybe they have bigger ideas. As it goes, not that this is super important, but I just realized I can probably adjust the size of this window to, there we go. That fits a little better. You genuinely wonder who actually wants Meta glasses. Yeah, that's that's kind of what I was trying to get into, and I sidetracked myself. But it's sort of like when Snap came out with its glasses. The Snapchat glasses, the people who rushed to those vending machines to get them were YouTubers who wanted to make, well, I say make fun of them. Some of the YouTubers clearly took them very seriously. Others were there just to make fun of it. Another group that ran was tech vloggers. Tons of tech vloggers rushed to the vending machine to buy the Snapchat glasses because they were obligated to cover them, and Snapchat did not send out review units. That was actually something that they were very adamant about. They would not send out review units. And just a little inside knowledge, there was a reason for that. Not even kidding, because they insisted that they wanted YouTubers and tech bloggers to go down to the vending machines and buy the glasses themselves. It wasn't about making money. It's because they wanted photo opportunities at the, was it 2 vending machines? I know it was in 2 cities. It was LA and New York. Maybe they had multiple vending machines, but I thought it was only 1 each. Anyway, they wanted that photo opportunity. They wanted to show a bunch of notable people standing in line to get these things. That's why they did it. It was cringy. It was weird. It was unnecessary. It was bad. They should not have done it. So, yeah, anyway. The thing is, when Snap, like, how many people outside of YouTubers and tech bloggers, all people who are talking about the glasses, not people who wanted to use the glasses. Once you got to the question of how many people actually wanted the glasses to use, I've never heard of anybody. I'm sure they existed. I don't doubt for a second I'm sure there were plenty of people, but plenty of people does not make something a success. Lots of people buttloads of people make something a success, and that definitely didn't happen. Snap famously had a crap load of version 1 left over, and then when they came out with the version 2, they sold practically none of them. And it's not hard to see why. So when it comes down to it, you start looking at other types of VR headsets, and the VR headsets have been, I mean, Oculus did really well with the Oculus Go. Austin, you have the OG spectacles. Did you use them? Did you like them? Would you say that I have the wrong impression of them? I'm curious, legitimately. Or also counter, or the other version of this question, did you buy them just so that you could have a dead failed product? Because I know that that's been part of your collection. You bought Google Glass, you bought Google Clips. I think you mentioned something else you got too. And you already have Stadia, so you know you're ready to go when that one kicks a bucket. So yeah, I'm just curious. Anyway, like VR headsets, they're doing okay. They're not super successful. Oculus has had some success, but it's not a huge, like, overwhelming everyone must have. Carson, I beat you to it. Yeah, the Stadia joke was just, it was waiting to be made. David, you almost bought them but didn't use Snapchat? I'm curious why you almost buy them, because they were, well, okay, part of me was a little curious if they'd be useful just as, like, maybe they'd have someone hacking them to do more. But once I found out that it was literally just a camera that can transfer photos over, I think they just sent them over Bluetooth, but maybe it was over, like, Wi-Fi Direct or something. Anyway, once I found out that it was literally just take photo, send photo, it's like, oh yeah, these are useless. There's no hacking potential. They're just a one-trick pony. You got them when they came out, but it's just for novelty. Okay. You used them on a ski trip once. All right, well, I guess if they technically got use, that's something. It's kind of like me with Google Glass. Outside of the fact that I wrote a lot of articles about Glass, yeah, I didn't use it that much. I used it because I used them, actually, I take that back. I used them quite a bit for navigation. Google Maps on Glass was actually a really good experience, like shockingly good, better than it should have been. And I took them with me a couple times when I went places, as like kind of more as a, hey, does anyone actually want to play with Glass? I'd have it. And so there was a bit of goofing around with it with other people. But yeah, I didn't take a lot of pictures with it. I took a few, but yeah, it was really just more of a thing for navigation. Which, very notably, if you use them for navigation, you burn the battery out pretty fast. So I had to have a cable plugged into the glasses running to a battery, which is its own form of funny. But yeah, anyway, I see a reason for VR glasses when it's games. I haven't heard of anyone using VR or any examples of VR glasses or goggles being successful outside of games. When you're talking about AR glasses, obviously games will be a thing. Facebook owns Oculus. It's natural. They will probably be trying to work out some games to go on these glasses. And they would have to have, or ideally, logically, they would have some kind of interaction with the world around them. So, you know, maybe you set up barriers or markers, something like that AR glasses can latch onto. You know, obviously, again, going back to this example right here, they've got a chessboard. I'm assuming logically there's a table there. Somebody set down a marker of some kind, and the chessboard is going to be locked to that marker. These are things that would make sense. They're logical. What stands out to me is I can't think of a lot of ways to make AR glasses super successful, especially until they have buy-in from a lot of other companies. Because Facebook, I don't think, has much to offer here. And again, if these glasses are going to be used out in the real world, and again, if they're going to have some sort of extra device that you have to, presumably, I still think it's going to have to be connected. Maybe it's wireless, but you're adding a lot of lag when you go wireless. And battery usage is going to be really, really bad. So any version of this, you're adding so much cruft. I'm curious who's going to want this, and I don't think anybody is really going to want this outside of tech journalists and people who are into novelty. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. David, you thought maybe you'd get some use out of them somehow. Probably good you didn't buy them. In my experience, I made this mistake a lot of times. I have looked at a lot of tech and thought, you know what? I wonder if I can get some use out of this. I think I would get some use out of this, or I'll get it and figure out if I'm going to use it. I never do. Never. It doesn't happen. Absolutely does not happen. Didn't need to change that. But yeah, I don't know. I can't think of who this is really for, because so far I don't think I know what the metaverse is yet. Which, seeing as it's still basically just Second Life and not even that, I'm doubly uncertain what this is supposed to be. But I just don't, I feel like I don't get it. I don't get the purpose of this, because you're not going to be out there doing live fencing lessons with somebody. I can see playing live chess with somebody, because speed and performance, not exactly a big issue. And you don't need to physically touch something. Whereas fencing, are you kidding me? Like, this is something for VR. It's not something for AR. Well, I guess AR, but still against a computer opponent. Sure. But you're not going to be able to do this live with another person. That's not going to be a thing. Fencing is too fast. I can see this scenario. To me, this messaging that takes place without a physical screen in front of you, that I can buy into. And it suddenly occurs to me that this guy, he's not wearing glasses, right? Not wearing glasses. So the AR part of this is already BS, but he is wearing these wrist straps with mounted something on them. And presumably that's how the keyboard works, I guess. Though I think that might be iffy itself. It's an EMG wristband. Interesting. Uses differential electromyography. Not familiar with that, but to measure electrical pulses in the arm's neurons, essentially creating the effect of a phantom limb the wearer can use to interact with the glasses. Okay, so it's not measuring where the fingers go, it's measuring what the muscles do to move the fingers. So that's why this would work as a keyboard. You don't need to have a physical surface, you just need to move your fingers the way you would on a keyboard for this thing to read them. That, which, okay, I'll buy into that. That's a good idea. Um, David Lama saying we're gonna look like clowns in the future. You know, if you think back to hold on. Let me see if I can find just oh god, almost, yeah, oh yeah, come on, there's got to be a better picture of this, of somebody. I feel like we've already had our we look like clowns. Oh, perfect. Here's an image. We've already had our time looking like clowns in the past. And admit it, unless you were really young, we've all had some garbage headset. Not this necessarily, but something like this. There was a time when we were all walking around with Bluetooth headsets that had blinking blue lights anytime they were active. I remember sitting in a movie theater with some jackhole who wouldn't turn his off. We've had our moment of being clowns already. For what it's worth. And people walking around with pagers didn't exactly look like winners either. And believe me, I walked around with a pager. Carson used to think that talking on the phone with wireless earbuds looked like a clown. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does. It definitely looks a lot less weird than some of the Bluetooth headsets that are out there, but yeah, it is. That's the thing. It is now very normal. It doesn't feel like a weird thing to do anymore. Okay, I know it's not exactly the same thing, but he just looks like a clown. And it occurs to me now that that's a stock image. I thought that was I didn't even look closely at it. I thought that was Christian Bale from American Psycho. But yeah. Anyway, Christian Bale, don't come hurt me, please. But yeah, anyway, so we've had our clown moments. I'm just saying. They definitely happened. But for what it's worth, if you're out in your backyard fencing with a computer generated whatever, you're probably gonna look a little clownish anyway. At least anybody who can see you. I think AR is just generally gonna have a lot of people going, wait, what the hell is going on here? But hey, you know, that's kind of a thing that I think we'll learn to live with. Here's the thing, in all seriousness, you guys all live in bigger cities than I do. So I freely admit I've never actually seen somebody around me doing this, but let me ask, how many of you have ever seen a YouTuber out in public? And by that I mean somebody walking around. In theory, we could say that they're just walking around with a phone. I'm not really talking about the phone YouTubers, though they count. They 100% count. Do I really not have a single? I don't have a dedicated camera and lens within reach. This is new. But how many people have seen like the YouTuber that's out there, you know, full phone or camera or something like this, and they're like, hey everyone, so I'm walking through the airport, just about to take my flight to Dubai, and like, you know, the routine. You know what I'm talking about. At this point, there's no person who has completely avoided seeing the YouTuber, vlogger person doing this. But, you know, this feels like, this kind of feels clown shoes. But it's a thing that people have gotten used to. If you live in LA, I know I've got a bunch of friends who live in LA and San Diego. They will tell you flat out, yeah, like, it's not every day, but I see them all the time. And sometimes I see dozens of them all at once, like they're in packs, or if there's an event, they just all kind of flock at roughly the same times. And you just get used to it. At a certain point, you just recognize, oh yeah, that's a vlogger. And then you never think about it again. You just, like, once it clicks, all of a sudden, this is now just a thing. It is what your world is now, or it's now a normal thing in your world, and you just don't care. Not that you guys watch Peter McKinnon ever, but I remember, actually, was it him or his old partner, Matty Apoya? Anyway, one of them, I remember them saying, yeah, you know, I used to be super self-conscious about going out vlogging in public. Like, it wasn't a thing that people did. And then at a certain point, I was like, you know what? Nobody cares. They know who I am. I've brought the camera with me enough times. They've seen me carrying it. They aren't, like, they're not bothered by this anymore. Half of them actually want me vlogging because it's like free publicity for their place and things like that. You know, is it normal? No. But is it a thing that people have just kind of gotten used to? Yeah, 100%. It's very typical at that point. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's now normal enough that it's just taken as a casual common thing. But hey, you know, that's also bigger cities. That's a common group. So yeah, we're all still gonna look like clowns. It's absolutely the future we have designed for ourselves. Let's see, what else is there? I remember, well, I feel like there was a time even wearing earbuds and headsets in public. That even used to look really weird. And I know I'm now betraying age a little bit with that, but you know, there was a time when if you were crossing the street and had earbuds in, people thought, oh my god, look at that person trying to get hit by a car. If you were, or people walking along the sidewalk with their phone in front of them. All of these things, people would still say, yeah, that's really dumb. You shouldn't be doing that because you're gonna run into somebody or something like that. These days, I mean, are people as worried about this? Or have people just kind of come to terms with, oh yeah, this, you know, I need to not be too stupid about this, but everyone's still doing it. It's just normal. So, yeah. But we are going to look like clowns in the future, 100%. We're going to look like clowns in the future. But hey, it is what it is. So, let's see. What other topic do we have? Is anyone tired of hearing about Elon Musk at this point? Because, I mean, I wrote this post and even I'm not sure that I have that much to say on it. This is the story that kind of kept on giving until a certain point where I think people are just, I don't know if people are over it yet, but if anyone actually cares, and if somehow someone hasn't heard this, Elon Musk no longer joining the board at Twitter because I you know, no one really knows why, but apparently there are reasons. They're being kept very quiet. Though one of the things that came out today, I think it was today, maybe it was yesterday, but something that came out today, Elon Musk is being sued by one person who, or well, starting with one person who apparently sold stock after the date where Elon Musk was required to divulge his purchase of the stock. And as a result, that person did not sell the stock at the value that would have been possible had Elon revealed it on time. Therefore, the person is saying that they lost money. It's actually technically a pretty credible lawsuit. But a little bit of me wonders if this is already maybe part of the reason why he didn't join, because lawsuits are probably gonna keep cropping up, like a lot of them, and the SEC is probably not a big fan of his behavior. Yeah, you're exactly right. He's kind of been crapping on Twitter. He's been talking total trash about Twitter. The only thing is that maybe part of his shtick? Because he does a lot of talking. He talks a lot of trash. Is it possible maybe he's just doing this as kind of like a, hey everyone, we're gonna start our own Twitter. We're gonna start a new alternative to Twitter. That's something he was pushing. And, you know, then he buys a ton of stock in it. And now is he going to still start a new Twitter? Is this going to be a thing that anyone takes seriously? Is there any future plan here? I kind of doubt it, but you never know. I don't know. It's all so weird. The guy is weird. He just is. But hey, I don't know. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just quickly fixing something for reasons. Let's see. Anyway, so yeah, I felt like I was gonna have more to say on this, but I kind of don't. I guess I'm actually kind of bringing this up more to see if anyone else has any takes on this. But does anyone feel like his plan is to buy more stock in Twitter, since he was going to be capped at the 14.9%? Is he possibly going to buy a larger chunk? David, more surprised that AP wrote on this? I mean, we cover Twitter, so honestly, I'm surprised we didn't cover it more. We only have done 2 articles on this. One of them I wrote. And honestly, I only wrote it because I read about this. Like, I saw the original article that revealed this information, or well, whoever covered it first. I saw that article just kind of by accident, and then I looked at our to-do list, and it's like, oh, hey, there's the article I just read. Sure, I'll cover it. Why not? Carson, I will come back to that one. The open source algorithm thing, I think, is an interesting topic, but there's a lot more to that story. There's actually a lot more to that one. So let me come back. Asking if Twitter adheres to free speech. Okay, that was a hype thing. 100%. That was about getting people on his side. Because there's so many people who think, oh my god, Twitter's the worst at censorship. Never mind the fact that Twitter is actually like way more forgiving about censorship than most of them are. But yeah, anyway. Or more forgiving in general. I don't mean more forgiving about censorship. But anyway. So what was I gonna say? About AP's coverage. Anyway, yeah, we only did the 2 articles, and I'm not really sure why this one happened to come up instead of the one where he at least would have. We covered 2 things. The other post that we covered was saying that Twitter is going to get an edit button, and it has nothing to do with Elon Musk. Which actually, I know I linked it down. Yeah, here it is. It was this post. So yeah, I'm not really sure what the inspiration was for us to cover him not joining the board, because that's almost reverse news if you didn't cover that he's joining the board. But it is what it is. Anyway, I did think it was worth covering. In my opinion, I think it's actually worth covering if he's joining the board, because a service that is a big part of what we consider important news, and Twitter is to AP important news, though it's surprising how rarely AP covers Twitter stuff. I think it would have mattered, because Elon does have a pretty big sway, or would have had a pretty big sway on the board. So I think that's relevant, especially to Twitter users. Twitter users who are very keen on thinking about how important the social network they like, or at least use, maybe not like, but how important are big changes to management when management could very possibly be, I don't know that I have a good word for it, but let's just say could have a very big effect. Because Elon, like it or not, even not being on the board, I think Elon is going to have a pretty big effect on how Twitter changes and shifts over the next few years. Assuming he keeps owning some of it. We'll see. Honestly, like, if he just sold it, actually, I don't know if this is still true, but oops. Twitter stock price. Wow, look at that dip. Okay, so yeah, it's still up. From when he bought it, or from when he started buying. Here's a bit of a reference point. From when he started buying to now, it is still up a little over 20%. That's not bad. If he sold it right now, if he sold everything he's got on the spot, he will have, I honestly don't know how much, but if I recall the stock price, or someone said it was worth something like 2.9 billion. I do not remember. I apologize. I have no freaking clue what the exact amount was, but it was in the billions. If he sold at a 20% profit, assuming, remove some fees from there and stuff like that. If he sold at a 20% profit that really only happened because it was announced that he had bought that much of it, he would be making stupid amounts of money for what effectively amounted to buying some stock, telling people he owned the stock, and then proceeding to sell the stock that went up because he said he owned it. It is the ultimate pump and dump scam. I could see that being a thing. And he, if he wanted, and man, is this a real crappy thing to do, but if he wanted, I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm not suggesting he's going to do it. If he wanted, now that he has owned that much stock and he has had conversations with the company, he's been part of discussions, you've got to assume he's probably been allowed to look at or check out a few things that maybe were not entirely public information, or he might have some concept of what's coming, etc., or had discussions about what he would want to do with the company and maybe gotten feedback about that. I'm just saying, any of this stuff, if he got it, all he needs to do at this point is sell the stock, say, I don't like what they want to do, I don't like what it would involve, and I don't like the future of the company, I'm selling my stock, and I'm going to use that money to start my own. All of a sudden, he has now created a narrative that is so many people will buy into. And so many people say, okay, yep, this is the thing. We're now going to follow him. Whatever he builds, whatever he does, that's the thing we want to stand up and support. Because he has those followers. He has that crowd. So I could see it happening. And there are obviously a whole bunch of, forgive me for saying it, but there are a bunch of people who got banned in the last year and a half. Not exactly hard to figure out what I'm referring to. Well, we'll round up to 2 years. There are a lot of people in the last 2 years that got banned for reasons that they entirely know why. They know they deserve to get banned, but every single one of them is yelping and screeching about censorship and freedom of speech and everything else. And every single one of them is looking at Elon going, ooh, hey, here's the guy who thinks Twitter isn't being open enough, and they're cheating, and they're being bad, and they're censoring specific voices. The narrative writes itself. If he wants to build a Twitter competitor, if he's sincere about doing that, it's easy. He has it. He will have people who jump on this opportunity. They would love it. They would jump at anything he'll give them. Because he's the guy who, he's just on that side of the coin enough that they love him. And he's just on the other side of the coin enough that other people will go with him too. So he could pull it off. Don't get me wrong, I don't think he's going to take on Twitter successfully and build the thing that takes down Twitter. But I do think he could build the thing that runs as an also-ran and holds a fairly significant number of users. It could happen. Let's see. Austin, doesn't Google have a huge deal with Twitter over their data? Technically, I don't know for sure that Google does, but I believe they do. I know for a fact Microsoft does. So much know it for a fact that I literally was at one point in history interviewing with a group at Microsoft that had that data feed. I was going to work. Well, if I had been hired. I didn't get that job, and that was a shame. I liked those people. I interviewed for 2 different jobs at Microsoft. 3, but one of them, I hated the people. They were horrible people I would have had to work with. That team was just disastrously, hated them. But then the group I actually liked, yeah, I wish I'd gotten that job. That would have been really good. But yeah, I know for a fact Microsoft has a deal with Twitter where basically the entire Twitter feed, well, not exactly true, but it's close enough. A good chunk of the Twitter feed gets fed directly into Bing. So Bing has immediate indexing opportunity. Anyway, let's see. Awesome. Android blogs are now 6 degrees of Android blogs. Okay, look. Not that I'm gonna disagree in any way at all. But I feel like just pointing out, and I'm just bullying them for a reason. No particular reason, just because they're the example that everybody in our industry is very, very, very conscious of. Trying to just pull up an article from that time period. Where would yeah, okay. No, that's not it. I'm gonna have to do a site search, aren't I? Okay. Yeah, here's a perfect example. I know you guys recognize this site. This was posted. Okay, the article here says 2019. But it's not like they didn't post a lot of stuff before that. Out of all the Android blogs, I'm telling you, there's one that jumped the shark way before the rest of them. Just saying. Everybody else says at some point or another yeah, I mean, everyone's branched out. But one particular site was like, nah, we're just gonna pretend we're no longer about Android right at the beginning. Seems like no mistake that Android Police has consistently shifted more and more that direction too. But yeah, anyway. So Dave Lama, we just need 9% of Google to make the changes we want to see. Good luck with that. Austin, unfortunately Google only has non-voting public stock, right? Honestly I don't know, but I assume that's probably true. Fortunately and unfortunately, Jack Dorsey was very keen on the idea of making stuff publicly accessible. You're surprised Thrifter hasn't taken over AP? Is Thrifter one of the sites in our family? I actually don't remember. Gotta look that up real quick. Because I honestly do not. I don't know for sure. Public lookup, because why not? So of course, Screen Rant, Collider, CBR. Honestly, I don't even know what CBR is. Game Rant, The Gamer, Make Use Of, which I really wish they would actually just keep the Make Use Of name, but whatever. Sportster, Hot Cars, Movie Web, The Things, Baby Gaga, Yeesh. Moms, and The Richest. I don't think Thrifter is one of ours, is it? Oof, that really does look like it could be ours. Can we get to the bottom of this? No, it's a never-ending scroll. I hate sites that do this. And I don't have an extension that prevents it, so... Oh, it was a Mobile Nation site. Yeah, okay, in which case yeah, that would fit too. It was all over AC like 2 years ago. Fun fact, you know how much I ever visited AC? Not a lot. They didn't have news. They didn't have anything happening. There was no actual content on AC, so I never went there. Sorry, Jerry. Jerry's the one exception to that, but yeah, I never really had a reason to go visit AC. But yeah, it is what it is. Hold on, sorry, I just saw a message I wanted to quickly deal with. But yeah, so I don't know, all said and done, all the Android blogs are kind of, yeah, which, to be fair, like, in fairness, like, covering Twitter I don't think is off limits for an Android blog. I think that's actually a perfectly legitimate thing to do, because basically almost everyone who is reading a site about Android is probably a Twitter user. Maybe not everyone, certainly not everyone, but a good portion of them are. And I think that, seeing as it's an app installed on damn near every Android device, at a certain point, a lot of it is going to be kind of related anyway. That being said, if we're being honest, I don't know if you guys have paid attention. There's not always Android news. Whole days will go by where there is just no news about Android in any way, shape, or form. The phones, the OS, apps, like, you can go whole days and just nothing happens. Have you guys... How many people read Apple News sites? Going to my favorite here. Good old Mac Rumors. Okay, so that's MacBook Pro story. Google launches the Switch to Android iOS app, which, okay, that's related enough. Apple reveals winning shot on iPhone macro challenge photos. Wait, really? That's the winner? Not what I would have chosen, guys. Just saying. Definitely not the one I would have chosen. But seriously, like, if you look at Apple news sites, there are days of the week they got nothing. They just literally do not have news. Yeah. Wait, okay, so sorry, I'm reading the comments. So first, David Lama, yeah, it's on the way. Annoying, all we need is to see daily deal posts to make AP perfect. Yeah, unfortunately, oh my god, the deal posts, there's just no way around it. Every blog kind of has to do it unless they are really, really well funded. I mean, even The Verge does deal posts. They don't do as many, but they do a lot. And they definitely get super involved with like the big holiday deal posts. Once The Verge started doing its deal roundups, AP saw a pretty noticeable drop in viewers and referrals on its deal post, like the Thanksgiving, Black Friday deal post. Oh man, that was bad for everybody. So yeah, I mean, they're all doing it. Oh yeah, and I know, I don't, sorry, I wasn't assuming you didn't understand. Just like, it's unfortunately, like, there's just no avoiding that. But yeah, Austin, a certain AP podcast host made a 5-minute segment every podcast. Do you mean about Thrifter? Seriously, is that true? Please tell me you're kidding. Because that is... oof. I mean, I can understand doing like a quick sponsorship spot, like, hey, we really quickly wanted to talk about blah, blah, blah. But, like, if you're turning it into like an actual segment, like a long thing, not just an ad read, yikes. Kind of worried about what that might mean for, well, I'm not worried. I wasn't invited to it, so I don't really care that much, but yeah. Anyway, Austin, it's been a very slow Android news year so far. It has been. I completely agree. I mean, look, I've never been particularly great. I think you guys would agree. I've never been particularly great at preparing topics for the show. Sometimes I'm not bad. Sometimes I'm actually, I think, kind of good at it. But generally speaking, I make it with like 2 to 3 topics prepared. I'm hoping Corbin has some more. And then, you know, how often am I saying like, hey, I've run out of topics already. What do you guys got? And, you know, a lot of times it's stuff that I saw it, I read about it, I just kind of forgot, or I didn't think it was that interesting of a topic. And then, you know, lo and behold, that suddenly turns into like something I can ramble about for an hour. But yeah, you know, I'm not great at preparing topics all the time. But wow. Yeah, I feel like that's I feel like it's not good for a podcast if you're doing that. Anyway, so Austin, all the hosts and guests would have to pick something to talk about. Okay, sorry to anyone who's just listening to audio, because that bit probably didn't really play for you, but wow. Okay, not gonna lie. In the old days of the Android Police podcast, and when I say old days, I don't mean the actual like old days, I mean in the days leading up to the Android Police podcast is like quietly kind of canceled, but wasn't canceled. But we were on Twitch because it was basically dead in the water. Until Corbin and I revived it by moving to Twitch. Yeah, prior to that, there was talk about doing sort of a I guess I'd want to call it an affiliate segment, where what we were going to do is every episode we were going to take like a minute or so, maybe 2, and we were basically going to say, hey, here's a product, we just reviewed it, here's what we think of it. Like, this was going to be specifically about products that we had reviewed. It was not going to be random things that we're picking off of a website or anything like that. It was going to be things that we actually owned and liked and basically were prepared to endorse. And we were going to put a referral link out there for people to buy if they wanted to. And yes, it was absolutely going to be a like 1-2 minute thing that was basically going to interrupt the show, and someone was going to talk about it. If you watched the podcast, this will sound familiar anyway, because we were already kind of doing it half the time. Anytime there was a review item someone had to talk about, they kind of did this anyway, just without the affiliate links, which honestly was the most boring thing. It was so boring. I'm glad that we stopped doing that. Don't get me wrong, sometimes it's kind of interesting to talk about a thing for a minute or two, but there were reviews during the podcast that were just like the most flavorless, boring products. They did not need to be talked about. I remember one of the times, at least, this is one that just sticks out of my mind. Somebody reviewed one of the Motorola phones, and it was some mid-range or maybe budget phone. It had literally nothing interesting about it. I don't know why we covered it, why that was a thing, and it was given something like 8 or 9 minutes on the podcast. This whoever it was just droned on about it, and it's like, oh my god, this is like, if we didn't just lose viewers, that's a miracle. There's no way we didn't just, well, I say viewers, but listeners, I guess. If we did not drive them all away with that review, I don't know what would. Like, people had to have some serious patience to get through that. Our podcast was not good enough to justify that. Yeah, anyway, David's saying you stopped listening to the AC podcast because of it. Totally get it. 100% get it. I'll tell you guys, honestly, like, a while back, I was trying to think of how could I create some sort of, low impact, not terrible way to have some sort of thing on these streams that would raise some kind of money out of it. And I was trying to think, like, what things are there? Part of what I kicked around was the idea, kick is an unfortunate choice of words, but there are crowdfunding affiliate services. And I was thinking, hey, I occasionally get emails or news about a few of these things that are actually kind of interesting. Maybe I will mention these and I'll put my affiliate link in and people could check this stuff out. And then I started thinking about it. It's like, how many people want me to sit and talk even for 2 minutes about some random thing on a crowdfunding service that they're, you know, half of these projects I don't believe are even going to ship, or even if they are, like maybe they're coming from legitimate companies, which unfortunately a lot of those don't do affiliate links. But you know, how much do people want to sit and listen to me babble on about a thing I've never touched or used? I don't know if it's actually going to be good because it doesn't exist yet, or it exists but I can't try it. So yeah, I threw that idea away. I kind of kicked around the idea of doing, you know, trying to do affiliate reads, and it's like, no, people don't want to hear this stuff. So yeah, I mean, I've tried coming up with ideas. I've never come up with a good one. So yeah, it's Patreon and Streamlabs tips are the only things that I can think of as a good way to offer good stream that doesn't suck, but also some way to get some sort of money back. You know, I would do something else if I had an entertaining way to do it. I just haven't come up with something yet. Let's see. Carson, no offense to Jules, but the AP podcast fell off after he took over and y'all were reading the scripts word for word. Yeah. Look, I like Jules. He's a good guy. Jules is a really good guy. I like him. But yeah, I know what he was trying for, but he did not. We were trying, and there were too many problems with what he wanted to do, some of which was not his fault. Well, I don't even like saying it was his fault. But some of the things were out of his control, some of them were in his control. When it came to the reading of scripts, the problem was he was trying to write scripts for us, which kind of had to be that way. He was picking topics. He was writing the scripts for us. And I don't know how many of you have ever tried doing this, but try to read a script somebody else wrote, especially unprepared, because that was one of the other things. He was writing the scripts usually like 20 to 30 minutes before the shows, so we didn't have time to practice or prepare. We couldn't read what he was writing unless we sat there and watched him write, which very notably, there were times that I actually opened up the doc that he was writing stuff in and watched him as he's writing it, literally like 5 minutes before the show. And I'm reading through, and it's like, all of a sudden, a section I'm reading would just disappear, and then he would rewrite it. And other times, like, I'd read what he wrote, and it's like, dude, try actually reading the thing out that you have in here. Just try to say the words. He would unintentionally put in tongue twisters. And it's not his fault. It's the difference between writing something and writing something that is meant to be read. I mean, you know, think about how many times... Oh, you know what? I'm going to switch this screen because there's no point in sitting on the Apple Rumors site. All the times that you've seen me read from articles, like there are times that you've seen me open an article and I can just immediately start. No preparation, no nothing. I can just start reading and it is fluid, it is smooth, because the person who wrote it very possibly wrote it in what people kind of refer to as speaking voice. Because they wrote it the way that they would personally say something. And a lot of times that's how it needs to be written. If you try writing a script the way that a blogger writes a news article, oh man, it is awful. You can't speak that stuff out loud. It's gibberish. It sounds terrible. But if you're reading something, you interpret the words differently. You can read things and make connections that way that just do not work if it's like long spoken, how people would actually say things in the world. And there's also times when you can say things in fewer words because you can put in intonation and imply things. Yeah, it's just two completely different ways of writing. And Jules did blogger writing. So yeah, it made our scripts really, really awkward. There were a bunch of times that I went in and reworded a few things, but I just never had time to go in and reword all of it. And then plus, the way that the pay was working, that's a whole long story that I very much actually I'll tell that story in the near future. I'll tell that story in the very near future, not today, but that story and a bunch of others will be available in my new book. No. But yeah, I'll have stories to share about that. But there were the fact of the matter is, anyone who was on the show, we weren't getting paid enough even to be on the show. But even setting that aside, we literally could not afford time to go look. We definitely couldn't afford time to go write our own scripts, and more than that, we really couldn't afford time to even go practice or go read anything he wrote. So yeah, it was just this whole thing. There was just no way to do that. So yeah, it was not a good scenario. So, well, David, it's funny because I basically didn't. Only I think a third of them, which is not even what was agreed upon. It was actually there's a lot to that story, and it paints a few people in a extraordinarily bad light. But again, a story for another time. So anyway, yeah, this is a lot of why the show just, it didn't come out very well. Once we were following a script, once it was all about summarize the news, and it was summarize the news and make, I think we were supposed to come up with like 2 to 3 minutes of banter about any particular topic and then quickly move on. And that was just like, Jules was getting paid to basically be a air traffic controller in this whole thing. Watch comments, write the scripts, do the editing afterwards and things like that. And anyone who was on the show really wasn't getting anything. So yeah, there was no way the show wasn't going to get bad after that. And our the viewership numbers played that out. Like, it was very clear. Like, you guys saw it. The number of live listeners during the regular episodes, like the news episodes, it started really high. It did. And then it just plummeted. It drowned itself over just like 3 weeks, I think. The number of live listeners dropped to, I don't know, about, I think single digits was as good as it got. And we were advertising it. Like, there was pushing to get people into the show, but those news shows were just, they tanked very fast. And then the Q&A, we'd sit there with plenty of people. Like, the Q&As were doing great. So yeah, it really wasn't hard to see what was going on. But yeah, so I feel for Jules because he was trying to make the best of a bad situation, but he was not given the resources to make that work. we weren't given the resources to even care, but we still tried, or some of us did. And so yeah, we didn't have the resources to make it work. And there was also no plan for how to make money with it. Like, they thought they were just going to somehow convince all the Twitch viewers to start like donating money in addition to doing like channel subs and stuff like that. It wasn't working. Honestly, it was better when it was the earlier version of the podcast, where like 3 or 4 people would just get together. Oh, and there's a whole story about that. I'll tell that one too later if I remember. But I should write down all the stories that I need to tell about this. Anyway, we really should have just stuck with a Thursday night. Remember when the one drunk guy donated a ton of subs? Honestly, I'd forgotten about it, but yeah, that was honestly kind of awesome. Sort of missed that. Because that dude, man, he was generous. And I don't think it was, because the thing is, I'm not sure if it was about being drunk. Obvious. I think maybe the amount that time was about being drunk, but he was actually he came back and did it one other time. It was a lower number of subs, and I don't think he was drunk the other time. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I think we were at our best when it was a Thursday night stream. Well, Thursday night and Tuesday during the day, because that's what we needed to do in order to have our minimum number of episodes and the minimum number of hours. So I think it was at the best when it was like me, well, Jordan wasn't around anymore. It was me, Corbin, trying to remember who else was still popping in for the Thursday streams after the money dried up. Or rather, after we first moved to Twitch. Let me frame it like that. When we first moved to Twitch, it was me. Oops, damn, as I dropped my water bottle cap. Me, Corbin, I think Ryan, not Ryan, but Ryan was the one who would still show up. I could be mistaken. Anyway, I think that was pretty good. There are reasons I think that was better than what came before, and one of these days I will share those reasons, but not today. But yeah, that was a pretty good time period. And of course the Q&As were just, me and Corbin sitting around bantering for a while, and then eventually Corbin would take off and I would finish what we needed in order to make sure we had enough hours, and people stuck around because they were into it. Really still a shame I did not just get to keep that Twitch channel, which I think is still there. I think it still has a bunch of subscribers, or followers. Sorry, not subscribers. Let's see. If I look there, yeah, oh my god. And they're doing nothing with it. 7.7 thousand followers. That's a shame. It's such a waste of a good channel. Oh, that's weird. Oh yeah, no, I guess since my account disappeared, I'm not on that list anymore. But yeah, what a waste. So it goes. I can't believe, honestly, I'm really surprised they didn't bring that back to life with the new thing. All they would have had to do is open the channel, just start streaming the recordings that they do, like, I don't know, maybe stream a few of them per week, like restream a few old ones, or maybe maybe put their YouTube stuff on there before putting it up on YouTube. Anything to get their stream numbers up and somehow get their hours. I don't know how they do that, but that honestly, like, they would do better by doing that than what they're doing now. But hey, who am I to tell them what to do? Carson, yeah, I agree, but I know why that decision was made. It's a shame, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm not even gonna pretend to not, or I'm not gonna pretend to be surprised by that. So let's see, what else was there? Oh yeah, because I'm trying to think, was there anything else podcast related? Wasn't really trying to go down that road, but we kind of sidetracked off of Twitter into AP stuff, which sidetracked into the podcast somehow. But hey, it happens. Okay, I have one last thing I'm going to bring up, and I don't know how much anybody cares about this, especially since there was no replies to it when I brought it up in the Camera Talk channel. Carson, I somehow knew you were going to immediately have something. But yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to load this one that you just brought up, but I'm going to switch over to this for just a quick minute, because I don't know why. I thought this was kind of a mildly interesting thing, just because. I can't even explain why I think this was interesting. Just, I thought it was. So yesterday, in a now deleted tweet, Filmic Pro, it is an app that it's for recording video on a smartphone, plain and simple. It's designed to have pro features, and by pro features, that some people will be very confused by what that means. Some of the features that would be considered pro features include recording in custom frame rates. Most camera apps can do that, but we're talking maybe the non-standard frame rates. Pro features can include recording in custom shutter speeds. That no smartphone that I'm aware of actually supports this in their default camera apps, but Filmic Pro does it. These are the simple forms of pro features. Getting into more actual pro features would typically include things like recording in a flat color profile. I'm not expecting anybody to understand what the hell that means. One of these days I'd be happy to explain it. I think I might have explained that in the past during like that video editing stream I did. And it's not a hard thing to explain, but it does require a little bit of explaining. Being able to like record without stabilization, like truly without stabilization. That might sound like a thing that you would never want, but there are times you actually want this. And the list could go on and on and on. There's a bunch of there are a bunch of things that count as pro features that you would never find in a standard camera app. Anyway, that's what Filmic Pro is. There are other apps that do this, but Filmic Pro has become the standard because it's been doing it a long time. It has a lot more features. It supports phones that a lot of them just do not support. That's it. So it's pretty damn good. I use it actually for a lot of recordings that I've done in the past. I prefer to use that as long as I don't need stabilization. If I need stabilization, then I use the default camera app because it just does a better job at that. Anyway, so they posted this thing that is best practices for using an iPhone 12 Pro to capture video for Netflix. for Netflix 4K originals, to be specific. Couple of things people may not know, but Netflix 4K, or sorry, Netflix, period. All of their originals must be 4K. No exceptions. They do not allow anything that is not 4K, with the singular exception sometimes of documentaries. Now, of course, they will stream other content that they have licensed. So if, you know, episodes of Friends, obviously, that stuff was never 4K. They will happily stream Friends in not 4K. But anything that is created original for Netflix from as of like 3 or 4 years ago, I think, maybe more, but I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago, it must be 4K. Again, documentaries being an exception. And documentaries have to be pretty special to get that exception, but it does happen. The thing is, they actually have a very strict list of cameras that you can use, and these settings you have to use with those cameras. I should have brought it up. I totally spaced it, and I'm lazy right now. I don't care about bringing it up. Anyway, they are very specific about the cameras you can use, which is why it was really funny when Filmic Pro is saying, hey, here's rules for how you can film Netflix 4K originals on an iPhone 12 Pro. That is definitely not in the list. In fact, many high-end cameras that actually can shoot in really high-quality 4K are not on the list, and Netflix will adamantly tell you to F right off if you try submitting footage from those cameras. It doesn't matter that they are really good cameras. They will not accept it. I know people who have shot on really good cameras for Netflix and been told, literally, sorry, it's not one of our approved cameras. You can't submit this. In a couple of exceptions, Netflix has turned around and said, okay, we will find a way, we will get them added. You get to be an exception. We will add them to our list once we have a chance, but you shouldn't have done this. Anyway, so when Filmic posted this, I thought it was kind of a stretch, but it was interesting. And then today they admitted, whoops, when we posted this, we kind of unintentionally implied that this was okay, like that this was part of their approved camera production guide. And in a follow-up tweet, they acknowledged, it's only included in their non-approved camera production guide, which has more specific rules and constraints. We apologize for confusion, blah, blah, blah. Oh, good, they actually have the link to their guidelines. Do they have the... No, they don't. Okay. So, their guidelines for the non-approved, I'm not going to read this, but I can pretty much tell you exactly what it really is intended to say, which is basically that you pretty much always have to use the regular approved stuff for the majority of your videos. However, if there are certain circumstances where you cannot use one of the approved cameras, like action scenes, which actually, as I scroll down, one of their sections is very much on DJI cameras, and GoPros, that's what I kind of was looking for, because there are like action shots that you can only catch with an action camera. You can't put an Arri Alexa or a Red Komodo Dragon, Red being the company, Komodo Dragon being the brand of, or the model of their camera. You can't put those things onto a snowboard. You can't mount those things onto your typical drone. It's like, those aren't realistic possibilities. You just can't do it. So what they basically say is, as long as, and I don't remember the percentage, but it's something like, as long as, I want to say it's 8% of, or you have something like an 8% of your video is allowed to come from an unapproved camera. And that is what this section is. They still have a list of cameras that are basically, you have to use these, but will allow these to be part of your thing for like 8 or 10, or maybe it's as much as 12%. I don't know. But that's why if you're watching something on Netflix, it is going to be shot on an extremely good camera that has to produce at least 4K footage or higher. And there will be segments, or they're allowed to have segments that are shot on lower quality cameras, or sometimes honestly higher quality cameras that just aren't approved, and you'll only get a few minutes of that. But that's how these rules work. I'm sure Netflix will make exceptions in special cases, like let's be honest, they list the iPhone 12 Pro. Come on, they'll accept obviously an iPhone 13 Pro. If there's a special case, I'm sure they will very, very happily say, oh, this thing that was shot on the iPhone 11 Pro, all right, that's fine. We accept this. We're not going to be dicks over this too much, as long as it still looks good. Do they demand metadata? Yes, they absolutely demand metadata. They demand metadata, and actually part of their submission guidelines, let's see, is it possibly, okay, I should have looked for a link at the top of this. Do they have it up here? Cameras and image capture. Maybe this one. Nope. Oh, technically, okay, yeah, this says commonly used non-approved cameras. So I'm assuming that they'll accept plenty of stuff, but they still have recommendations on what to use. Okay, so this article doesn't cover it. How about just anything under the imaging category? Daily's best practices. Cameras and image capture. If I go here, okay, the approved cameras, here we go. This is how specific they are. So you have to submit, this is going to sound crazy, but you actually have to submit uncolor graded footage, or at least you used to have to. Is it possibly, do they list that up here? So capture requirements. Resolution requirements. Camera must have a true 4K sensor. By the way, the definition of true 4K sensor is a lot more pedantic than you want to know. I mean, they specifically say it has to have 3,840 photo sites, but yeah, and that's the width, specifically the width. Some 4K sensors are technically a little under that. They will not accept them. I'm not kidding. And there are some cameras that do sort of a lightweight 4K upscale. They're also not allowed, period. Even if they actually have 4K sensors, but they don't capture 4K. That is actually a reason why those cameras will not be allowed. I cannot think of any models that are described this way, but I believe there were a couple of Sony cameras a while back that fit that description. For example, I believe my A7 III, we'll check. I believe the A7 III does not fall on this list. Wait. I didn't even see... What? The A7S III isn't even on this list. I know that has a 4K sensor. That's crazy. Especially because Wait, was it the FX? No, it can't be the FX9. It's got to be the FS series. Maybe? I don't know. It's one of these that starts with an F. I am now spacing on which it is, but one of them, it is literally the exact same sensor that's in the A7S III. And I'm pretty sure they're accepting that, so I wonder if they would actually care if it's not that camera, but it is that sensor. Anyway, doesn't matter that much. But yeah, so capture formats. you have to capture in RAW, which most of these cameras don't do, but some do, or a compressed in a certain format that is very it basically captures a ton of data even if it is technically compressed. You have to capture in 10-bit log or better. And by the way, that bit about log, that's a color grading thing. There's a whole explanation to this. That's kind of what I was talking about with color grading before. One of the pro features being I call it a flat color profile. Log is a flat color profile. And then 240 megabits per second for 10-bit UHD. Okay. Let's see. So capture color space. Yeah. You have to capture in specific color spaces, though. I think they changed that. It used to be a lot more restrictive. Okay. Yeah, here's the part I was looking for. No looks or color correction should be baked into the original camera files. Files must maintain all metadata. You submit this. You are submitting original footage to them. You cut it in its original form with all the metadata still intact, and you are submitting not the original video, you are submitting a project with the original footage there cut so that they can do their thing with it. This is actually what they demand, because I honestly don't know why. I'm not sure why. I think that they do some of their... I don't think they do their own color correcting. I think you might have to submit this footage, get their approval on it, and then maybe you then do a color correction step after that. I gotta ask... I need to ask SlideRec on that. Huh. I know he was shooting for Netflix just last month. I want to know, actually. I've known about these requirements, but I never actually thought about what the specifics are for how that works. Because the director is obviously going to have control over what gets posted to Netflix, and you're also going to have special effects people who need to work on final color graded footage, I guess. I'm now really curious about that. Do they require specific audio equipment? No. At least not to my knowledge, though. They do have a sound section. Let's find out. Because I've never heard it mentioned, but maybe they do. It looks like it. They have the mastering rules in there, so... Sound mix specifications. That's actually a really interesting question. Because audio is one of those things, man, you really... There's so many mics that you might use. It's asking a lot to pick specific models. Okay, I'm seeing final form stuff. I don't see anything about the hardware. Not in that one. Let's check this one real quick. Language stuff. Yeah, it looks like they're just setting specific standards for what quality the audio needs to be, but no specific hardware. That's good. Man, if they were asking for specific hardware, holy crap, that would be so hard to manage. Cameras, I get it. Honestly, cameras make a lot of sense. It's, you know, they're a lot more restricted than you'd want them to be, but because cameras, you can have an almost scientific level of quality control by picking the camera, picking the settings, so on and so forth. I mean, they're literally giving a camera guide that is unique to each model of camera. But audio, how you set up mics and things like that, you got to do so much stuff with mics. Plus, you're recording for a major movie. you're recording it, like, are they going to set rules for how the Foley is recorded? By the way, Foley is a term describing not background audio, but sort of like environmental audio that is relevant. So for example, Foley would include the sound of the car engine in a movie or TV show, because when you record a car scene, like someone driving in a car, fun fact, you basically can't hear the engine at all, especially if you're using good mics. If you're using good directional mics that are pointed right at the person, you're not going to hear the engine. The engine is completely dead silent unless, like, I don't know, you're in some super loud muscle car with no muffler, no nothing, like, maybe then you're gonna probably hear the engine, but the rest of the time you don't. But have you ever watched a movie where someone's driving? You know how weird it sounds if you don't hear engine noise, or if you don't hear road noise, if you don't hear any of that stuff? Like, they have to record that stuff. There are so many different mics that are used for recording Foley, that are used for, like, recording people, like really tiny mics, the lavalier mics or stuff like that. Boom mics that you would use for recording dialogue if you don't want to mic up your talent. There are specific underwater mics, or sorry, not underwater, but like waterproof mics if you need to do scenes where people are just getting splashed left and right, and you can't put in a boom for some reason. You can't use a typical lavalier mic, stuff like that. You have to use, or you have mics for, oh god, the list just goes on. I've watched way too much about this stuff. Yeah, they would never be able to have those rules. It would be just completely untenable, and they would have people just every minute of every day, people saying, okay, we need you to add these 30 different mics that we used on this production. So yeah, you know, you test them, you get back to us when you've added it, and we can then submit this project to you. Besides, audio recorded on mics, fun fact, and to my knowledge, none of them have metadata. Mics don't transfer metadata to their recordings. At least most don't. I've never heard of any that do. Maybe the recording gear that might records, or that might be able to impact metadata, but I can't think of anything else that does. I know that the Rode mics that I have, these don't. There are two ways that you can output. One of them is through a regular audio cable. The other way is through a USB-C cable. Even the USB-C cable, the audio files that get generated from that are not tagged with any metadata. So yeah, I don't think that would be a thing. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, Netflix is incredibly strict about this. It, like, monstrously strict about this. So yeah, anyway, that's why I kind of thought it was really funny when Filmic posted this in the first place, because I wanted to do this as a topic. Like, wow, how, like, I was going to come right into the stream and be like, hey, so I'm very curious if this is specifically for true Netflix 4K originals, or are they doing like a special thing where this is being allowed for limited cases. Or what I figured was the case is that it was actually part of the non-approved list, and I honestly assumed the thing that Filmic ended up admitting, but I hadn't looked into it yet. But once they deleted their tweet and I saw this, it's like, okay, yeah, now it makes sense. So yeah, that was more about this than I had intended to say, but here we are. The RambleCast earns its name. So yeah, I doubt anyone cared to hear as much about that as I had to say, but here we are. So then Carson, you brought up this little beast. What is this about? So Google Assistant Snapshot appears to finally, sadly, be gone for good. Wait, is this a screenshot tool? Let's see. Wait, did I miss any comments? I don't think I did. Okay, so wonder if any other streaming Carson, wonder if any other streaming providers are like that. So for network TV, they are not, with most cases. Individual projects might require it, but network TV as a whole does not. They only have basically a finished product baseline that you have to meet. And what I mean by that is you submit a finished project. Okay, I'll look at what Snapshot is in a second. Okay, so anyway, for network TV, you have basically a baseline finished project that you have to be able to submit. This is a fully edited final cut of a video. Again, individual projects might be different. Some of them, it depends on the deal. Some of them might require that you submit more than that, but most of them, they just have to be submitted in whatever the approved final format is. They have to have audio that has already been mixed to a specific sound level. Basically, you just have to have something that they can pull out and promptly start, well, used to be airing, but now it's airing and or streaming. There are a couple of specific formats that are required. Typically, Apple ProRes is one of them. There are a couple of others, but it depends on the company. If you're talking about streaming platforms, to my knowledge, I believe Disney is really strict. Disney Plus camera guidelines, I guess. I searched for Disney Plus camera guidelines and it still pops up Netflix Studios as the first thing. That says a lot. I figured it would show up. Well, okay, this isn't exactly it, but 8 Marvel movies shot on Canon cameras. Oh, jeez. Nice way to do a affiliate gimmick. They were shot on Canon cameras. Now, we don't care about that. Just go watch them and click through our links so we get paid. Good job, digitalcameraworld.com. But yeah, you know, still, these are cameras that were at some point or another used. Though I would bet anything these were not the only cameras they used on set. I don't care enough to read through this, but I'd almost put money on it. They had a few others in there too. I would put money Disney has requirements. They probably just don't have them as easily searchable. Actually, let's see how to shoot. How to shoot for Disney Plus original movies. How about Disney Plus original movies camera requirements? I doubt that's gonna do it. Yeah, I bet they just don't post it. Netflix is being very open about it. I'll bet Disney doesn't come out and say here's what we require. They probably just have it in their contracts. That being said, I'm fairly confident Disney's going to be dickish about this. Netflix is dickish about this. I'm less confident about any of the others. I have no way of knowing. I haven't heard anyone talk about what any of the others require, but I'm sure they all have baseline requirements, but I doubt they're requiring you to actually hand in like original footage. Because that is honestly a really big ask. Okay, anyway, so Snapshot. Let's see what it is that I probably know and have completely forgotten about. After years of neglect, the spiritual successor to Google Now appears to be gone for good, with Google Assistant Snapshot disappearing widely across Android devices. It was a partially hidden, often forgotten addition to the Google app and the Discover feed on the leftmost part of Android home screens that debuted in 2018. The feature offered up the ability to pull in weather forecasts, calendar appointments, reminders, and more into one place, much like Google Now did. I think I just didn't know this had a name. Earlier this year, they quietly announced with a notice in the app that Snapshot would be going away, but without a firm date. That notice arrived a few weeks after a widespread bug that prevented access to the feature for many users. Now, as of mid-April 2020, or 2022, blah blah blah. Okay, so I mean, I knew this existed, but I don't think I ever knew there was a name for it. And it's not like I used it. Plus, let's see, 2018, I know I was still doing teardowns back then, but I'm trying to remember anything about this. Yeah, honestly, I think I just didn't know it had a name. I could be wrong. I'm looking at it and this is familiar. Like, I remember seeing this. I just don't remember there being any sort of name on it. It's not like they had a thing that was called Assistant Snapshot. So yeah, I'm just going to go with the assumption that I probably have seen it. I just never... Or, well, I know I've seen it, but I think I just never had a name, and I never really recognized it as being anything special. But yeah, to be fair, I also don't remember I don't remember even seeing that on my phone in any capacity. Like, I remember I've seen this before. I don't remember having it, like actually using it in any way. So yeah. Okay, anyway. What the hell? Yeah, I never look at Google Now when you shouldn't. Or Discover. I hate that name. It's a better name, honestly, but I still hate the name Discover because I'm so used to calling it Google Now. They rebranded a thing, and it still basically looks not that different from the old thing. And no one cares what the name is, so... yeah, it is what it is. So... let's see. Why did I get pinged? What is that about? Not to get sidetracked on something you guys can't see, but... oh, yeah, okay. Someone just replying to a comment I made about a political situation, which, for reference, is the situation going on down in Texas. By the way, I will quickly talk about this, only as kind of a quick filler, and if anyone has any other topics they really want to hit, yeah, pretty much, Carson, exactly, pretty much 15-minute warning. This is the thing. Oh wow, and it's 6:30. Yeah, it's a good time to be wrapping up anyway. Man, I honestly thought it was just closing in on 6. But yeah. So, how many of you have heard the hubbub about good old Texas and Greg Abbott? So this guy, who of course has already made plenty of news over the last year or not just year, but over his last few years, he's made quite a bit of hubbub over the fact that, there was that whole thing where Texas as a state basically froze and their power grid went to hell, and he did very little to make that situation any better. There was, of course, the let's legalize suing women for getting abortions. That was a choice move. And look, this isn't a judgment or anything about where people land on abortion. It's more, wow, what a terrible way to try to do this. You're basically just turning people against each other and trying to create basically a hungry state that is aiming to actually be bad to each other. And not to mention, you're setting up an opportunity for like random creepers to spy on doctors' offices, which also opens up a world of legal issues if they didn't consider that problem. But anyway, so most recently, he has decided that to pull a stunt that is so colossally stupid. And I admit, I don't think he thought this stuff through. But my God, it is so stupid. Because I swear, if you're trying to not get elected again, this is how you do it. So this started with a stunt where he's decided he wants to send immigrants directly from the state, though presumably people who, as the narrative goes, like just came over the border, I guess. But he sent a bunch of them to Washington, D.C. via bus. I'm not inclined to go look it up on Google Maps or from any busing companies, but I have a funny feeling that is more than a one-day trip. I could be wrong, but I doubt I am. So, you're going to pluck up some people, stick them on a bus for 2-3 days, I don't know, which is already, I would argue, if it's not something that you signed up for, that constitutes, I kind of think, torture, but okay. And they were bused to the front doorstep of Fox News in Washington, D.C. So there was already cameras and a film crew waiting to capture this and turn it into its own bullshit story. Which, look, by itself, that's actually, honestly, I will hand him this. By itself, that's actually not a bad stunt. I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily making the point that he's trying to make, but by itself, that's actually not a terrible stunt. It has a point. It has good optics if it works out the way it's supposed to. And by all accounts, it enrages a bunch of people. Okay. It's a stunt. It's not the dumbest stunt to try to do, as long as it works out. Carson. Well, Fox News is based in New York City. It absolutely is. But this is like their affiliate or not affiliate office, but it's one of their satellite offices or something. But they were dropped. I don't know if it was literally like to their front doorstep, but it was somewhere right next to where that building is, so that they would be easy, obvious marks. And every major news organization does have an office in Washington, D.C. Because of course they would. They have people who work at the Capitol building. It's not like those people are commuting from New York City down to down to Washington, D.C. every day. And they have to have a place where they can film. They have to have places where they can handle like crew maintenance, or the camera crew's maintenance on equipment, things like that. So yeah, they all have offices down there. They're just smaller than their main like home base. Anyway, oh, let's may as well switch back here. Which actually, do I have any of these open? I don't think I do. I probably forgot to do that. Where would it have been? I don't think I still have these open. No. Or wait, do I? I do not. Damn it. I forgot. I already closed them. Oh, well, I don't think that this is super interesting, but I do have one other quick tech-ish topic that I'll hit after this. Okay, anyway, so now, like I said, all this would be pretty good, except then he decided to also start watching border crossings. So, if you check Twitter's trending topics from the last day, Greg Abbott has very much been a trending topic. Why is he a trending topic? Because his border crossing policy has suddenly taken a very ugly turn where, yeah, here's the video of it. Let's switch over. There are now trucks lined up for miles because every one of them is required to be inspected manually. Every single truck. And we're just talking shipping trucks, not like personal vehicles or anything. But yeah, they're all being investigated and they're just lined up for miles. This is just, it's a ridiculous thing. This particular video goes for a minute and a half of just running past trucks at what? This is one every few seconds, every 2 or 3 seconds, I guess. About that. Yeah. And it's not like he's anywhere, this driver is nowhere close to the end of anything. Oh yeah, and they're being stacked up in parking spaces, basically. Like, this is insanity. And as a result, apparently there's already a surge in food prices in grocery stores because food is not being delivered to and I didn't actually watch through this whole video before. I didn't even realize how deep this is getting. But yeah, apparently it has caused surging prices in grocery stores. It has caused a bunch of businesses have been complaining that they're not getting the equipment that they need. There's now let's see. This was, yeah, this I believe is a bunch of trucks are staging basically a blockade because they're protesting this whole thing. I don't know if that's what this picture, that has to be what this one is. No wonder you haven't been able to find a box of Crave cereal the past several weeks. This just started, so I think they're unconnected, but you never know. But yeah, so this decision to investigate every single truck, yeah, I figured you were joking, but let's be honest, sometimes there's more grains of truth in a joke than we expect. There was a different picture of the huge backup of trucks, but I don't know where it's at as I just stream through this. That was that one. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'll find it, but yeah, anyway, point is, it is a mess. I don't know, maybe this is one of the checkpoints. I thought that their checkpoints were specifically, or I thought that this was the picture of the blockade, but maybe this is one of the checkpoints. Anyway, it is bad. So if you're seeing prices going up in the grocery store suddenly, there's a very good chance it's actually because of this. So yeah, I'm sorry, but the dude's in an election year. I'm just saying, like, if you want to lose an election, which in point of fact, I mean, right there it says it, Beto O'Rourke seizes the offensive. Yeah, he's running against Greg Abbott. If you want to lose an election, this is a great way to do it. Make prices surge in grocery stores. Make truckers, who are notoriously terribly paid these days, and may I point out, 2 weeks ago, John Oliver did a big piece dedicated to how bad truckers have it. And of course, piss off the truckers themselves, who are now going to have to lose literally a day of work because they're just sitting in these absurdly long lines. I mean, if you want to lose an election, this is how you do it. So, to Greg Abbott, thank you for giving Texas to the Democrats. You're helping everybody out. So yeah, that's my take on that. And what I think is the final thing, I don't have a whole lot to say on this, and I did post this to Discord earlier, but yes, there are going to be confirmed people doing in-person attendance at Google I/O. That is going to be a thing. From what I can tell, it's presumably mostly GDEs. That's Google Developer Experts. They're basically people who let's see. I got distracted for a second. They're basically people who are deemed to be experts in some particular field that relates to Google technology. Typically, the ones most people hear about and see are GDEs for Android and Chrome, or just generally web, I guess. But where are the invites for superfans? I know, right? I don't know. I can't even get into the superfans group on Facebook. So, for what it's worth, as far as I'm aware, there are also no invites for press. So this is it has to be a pretty tight-knit group. Let's see. Maru, yeah, Director of Android Google Relations. Okay, she's not okay. Madonna. Yep, another. Oh, that's Android engineer and GDE. I wonder if that's a GDE that got a job at Google, or is that one that works, or just calling themselves an Android engineer as in like Android app developer or something like that. Anyway, yeah, some of these, from what I've heard, anyone who has confirmed that they're going to be going to this is either people who work for Google or GDEs. So, yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a really small event, because GDEs, there are quite a few of them, and I don't know a total number, but I'm pretty confident that the total number of GDEs, especially that are willing to go to this, it's not like it's anywhere near enough to match the total number of people that would attend I/O. It's more like enough people to fill a large room. Awesome. Most GDEs end up working for Google at some point. Yeah, that's true. But to be fair, some of them are people who used to work at Google and moved on to something else and then became GDEs, or quite a few people who became GDEs eventually go work for Google. Some of them stay, some of them don't. Which is kind of why I was saying that. That other one, not sure if a Google employee, but God, you know what? I really wish I had never done a factory reset on my Pixel 4 XL, because now every time I say the name of the company, it triggers. It triggers all the time now. I can't get it to stop. I swear I'm about to turn off voice activation on this phone. But yeah. Anyway. Oh jeez. Okay, really quick, just because it's such a convenient thing. Very coincidentally, the Wall Street Journal just does a documentary about the fragility of supply chains on a day that Greg Abbott gets railed for screwing with the supply chain. That is beautiful timing. You couldn't ask for better timing than that. Actually, well, it says promoted by them. Maybe they already did this a while ago, but they're promoting it now because the timing is perfect. But anyway, yeah, so I am very curious what this means for Google I/O. I said it earlier, like I was under the assumption that I/O was going to have a keynote pre-recorded. But if they're going to have attendees, that kind of sounds to me like they might do the keynote live. And I still think the sessions are going to be pre-recorded, because there's no good reason not to. And most of the developers want to do it that way because let's be honest, everybody wants to be able to do a second take if they screw something up. So you want to be able to pre-record stuff. It honestly makes more sense, and it makes so much more sense for how this is going to happen anyway. That being said, yeah, I'm curious if they're going to have the GDEs somehow play a role in this. Are they going to hold like Q&A sessions where the GDEs are asking questions kind of on behalf of people or something like that? Are they going to do a live keynote? I personally don't care. The only reason why I kind of want a live keynote is because they're easier to watch. I feel like, don't get me wrong, the pre-recorded keynotes, I appreciate that they are fast. They're way faster. But they are so hard to watch because, my God, when they do the pre-recorded keynotes, it's like news delivered in tweet form. If you're trying to pay attention to what they're saying, you have to just not pay attention to anything else. You have to lock in on what they're saying and concentrate. Otherwise, you're going to miss 3/4 of it. And so, yeah, I kind of prefer the lives for that. But the pre-recordeds are good for time. So, and again, for not having mistakes. So, you know, I'll take whichever. But I am curious how this is going to play out. Trying to think, was there any other angle to this? I don't think there was. I guess also ever so slightly curious if we're going to have any other people. Are there going to be any other people besides GDEs appearing at this? Because that still sounds like it could be a possibility, but I mean, we're 1 month away, almost to the day. If they're gonna invite anybody else, I mean, this girl is only acknowledging it now. Maybe she got the invite previously, but I'm assuming well, I guess she tweeted this yesterday. So yeah, exactly 1 month before the event. So if she's gonna make plans, if she's gonna show up to this thing, she's gonna have to get on it pretty much right now to get a decently priced flight, which even a month away is iffy sometimes. I wonder if they're providing hotel or something, because anytime you book in that area, it's pricey. Anyway, yeah, if they are gonna invite anybody else though, they need to get on it. Like they don't have time to let people take more time. But it is what it is. So anyway, I think that about wraps it up. My voice is pretty beat. It is now almost 7 o'clock. So I'd say I've run this thing pretty much to the end of the night and definitely the end of my voice. So thanks to everyone for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation, chatting with me, and keeping me babbling about whatever the hell I said over the last few hours. Let's see, this weekend should be, I think, okay, I'm gonna say the odds of a Saturday stream are on the low side. It's possible, but I don't want to make any promises. Reason for this, I've made some progress on getting into taxes, but it has been very slow progress. So yeah, I'm probably going to just take the entirety of Saturday if need be and just do that, and then Sunday will probably be filing, because if I recall, Monday is due date. So yeah, I need to get that crap done. So yeah, no promises, but I think Saturday probably not going to be a game stream. David. Okay, well that's perfect. Sunday, hopefully there should be a stream. No promises, but I think I can get it done in that time. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm feeling sick or there's some weird hang up or something else. You never know, stuff happens. But at this stage, at this time, I think I will probably be able to do Sunday, hopefully. If not, that's one of those things I'll be able to tell pretty well in advance, so I'll post about it early on Sunday if I can't make it. Yeah, so that definitely does cover it. Again, thank you guys for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation, and listening to me ramble. And if I don't see you this weekend, I will see you next week for RambleCasty goodness. I hope you all have an excellent... Oh, before I forget, in case you would like to contribute to the channel, links down below to Patreon and Streamlabs. I mentioned them before, but it's a thing. Thanks, as usual, to David for being a Patreon subscriber, and thank you to Diablo for being a Patreon subscriber. You guys are awesome. I don't remember what else I would or could say, so with that, wish you all a good night, everybody.